Hello, everybody that's out there. Hopefully, watching a bunch of us crazy people on the panel. It is 9 p.m. Eastern Time in the US of A. And hello to everyone. And be prepared for a big letdown of a show after last week's photo review. You can never top a photo review. I don't care, what content you may have. It's always going to be a bit of a disappointment after we do one of those shows. Um, but hopefully, we will have some images to share of the aurora borealis. We'll have some images to share representing the upcoming. For some of you, it's Mother's Day right now. For others, it's not Mother's Day until after midnight tonight. For if anyone has any Mother's Day related images that they would like to share, feel free to send them to me. And in the email, I'll put up my email for everyone. And Chuck is here. Say hi to Chuck.
Oh, good.
Chuck, it's good to see you. And let me throw my email up here. If you have any images that are have a Mother's Day theme, whether it be a gift that you got your mom or your grandmother or your wife, and you want to share it with the rest of us, and we will not embarrass you unless your wife comes on and embarrasses you for us. Feel free to send the images to me, and during the course of the evening, we will pop some of those images up. And Chuck, it's great to see you. I think last week you got on a little late. I saw you in the show, but I think it was a little bit later in the show. So it's great to see you, my friend. I hope you're doing well. I hope your weather in Connecticut is okay. I mean, we've had a lot of some heavy rain storms here in the Myrtle Beach area on and off this week, so it's been kind of a strange week. But let me get back to the chat here. I'll leave my email up for a while for folks that want to send it. I have a few comical images that I'm going to share that I promised my friend Bob that I would be willing to share them, even though it makes me look foolish, but it's okay. If you can't pick on yourself, who can you pick on? I guess what I always say.
I thought that was our job.
Yeah. So we went and took photos this week, and we went to a local diner, and I haven't had a certain breakfast item in probably 20 plus years. So I made the comment saying I haven't had one of these in at least 20 years.
Oh, bro.
And he couldn't believe it. So, and of course, if you're gonna go big, you might as well go big, if you know what I'm saying, with a breakfast, right? So I ordered a 6-egg omelet.
Oh,
so Bob was kind enough to take a picture of my platter with a 6-egg omelet, which I'll share with you here, and you'll get a kick out of it. And he had to put some verbiage on the top.
That doesn't look that big.
But
doesn't look anything bigger.
But
no.
Well, no, they say 6 eggs, but they don't say what size the eggs are.
Quail.
Yes.
That's what I was thinking, Gustavo. Quail's eggs.
So then he had to take one more, of course, after this. Then I'll throw up here quick. Let me see. Give me a second. I gotta, as always, move stuff around and click here, click there. So he had to put up the end result.
All right.
So
and there's a young guy.
We figured that's going to be 20 more years before I have another one, so you might as well capture it.
Eggs aren't that bad for you.
I hope you took your statins.
But hey, it was fun, and it was very good. It was very good. I told him, I said, gee, if we go to that place again, I may be tempted. That might be my breakfast meal when I go there.
As I don't know what happened to you, but as I get older, breakfast goes very well with me. Late dinner doesn't go that well with me anymore.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, Gustav. That's true, isn't it?
Well, a lot of people I know kind of do a swap. They have breakfast, and then they really have their main meal for lunchtime.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then they may not eat again until the next morning, or they'll just have a sandwich or something at night. So they'll kind of have their lunch at dinner time, and they'll have their dinner at lunchtime.
In
that
many countries,
makes sense.
In many countries in the world that are not, let's say, even European countries, the main meal is not dinner. Correct. It's because when people have to labor, correct. Let's say they take a big breakfast. I mean, in Indonesia, Malaysia, you will see that people take a big breakfast.
I do in Europe.
And then they go labor. They come back. Dinner is, except for special occasions, is something small.
You're right.
It's probably much better for your digestive system
Exactly.
to not have much food in you before you go to bed.
Exactly. If you can go to bed.
If you can go to bed, yeah. You don't eat the 6-egg omelet at 8 o'clock at night or something.
No, not a good idea.
Would not work out very well.
Not a good idea.
But we got Chuck in here. We got Bob from Bob Our Photos. He says sometimes I'll have lunch for breakfast. Yeah, when we go out, like if we're shooting, let's say we get out there at 6:30 a.m. and we shoot till 10 a.m. or so, depending on the light. Then we're kind of close to lunchtime. So many a times we don't have breakfast. I don't usually have breakfast before I go out on a photo shoot. I don't have anything at all. I just bring a bottle of water with me and go take the shots. And then, okay, it's 10 o'clock a.m. And then it's like, we'll go to a restaurant. We'll say, so what do you think? Is it breakfast time or lunchtime? And then, but it'll basically be our breakfast and our lunch. We won't eat again until dinner time. We got Jim here, real Nikon lover. And I believe we got Roberts here from Connecticut. Ava, hello, Ava. Still in the car driving home from work. Wow, you're dedicated to tune in while you're driving from work. We could be, they may call that distracted driving if you are listening to the show while you're driving. I don't want to cause an accident.
Like putting it to sleep.
Yeah, we'll put you to sleep. Put you to sleep. Yeah, don't drive off the highway.
And we have Jim as well.
Yeah. And Jim, we are going to show those images that you sent me in the email in a little bit. And, it's funny when I'm looking at the, Nikon rumors, and I think I'll talk about Canon rumors first, just to be funny. I didn't write anything down for Canon rumors because the strange thing with Canon rumors is, if you go on their site and you try to see what they have for information on the presumed soon-to-be released R1 or the R5 II or whatever it is that might be coming out, or both, they don't really have. I could not find a list of what they say are going to be in these cameras. It's all very tight-lipped, from Canon rumors, and then they actually reference Simon from the Ordinary Filmmaker. Who's out in Canada, and they refer to him as to saying, Simon has some fairly credible sources about, 2 Canon cameras coming out probably, any time now, basically. So I'm sure Simon has come up with lists of what he perceives will be in an R1 or be in an R5 II. But Canon rumors really didn't have much of anything. I mean, other than kind of being, it seemed like they were a little bit bummed out because there's been talk for so long of those models coming out that it's almost like they're worn out and they're just going to wait till they show up. They aren't really saying much about it. Maribel, how are you? Nice to see you in here tonight. Hope you're doing well.
Happy Mother's Day in advance.
Yep. Happy Mommy's Day in advance. Yep.
Here's Mother's Day here.
Exactly. You're
Yeah.
always in advance.
Yeah, we're always out here.
Exactly.
You're always ahead of schedule, Roy. You're always one.
More ways than one.
You say you're one step ahead. You're always one step ahead of the rest of us.
What can I say? I'm impatient.
But what's kind of funny is Nikon rumors. It was on May 7th. They posted quote unquote the Nikon Nikkor, the Z180 to 600 zoom. Is now in stock for the first time. It sells for $1696.95 at B&H, and then the very next day they said, "Well, it's all sold out at B&H. You got to go to Amazon now."
That's a good lens, but I think I've been fiddling with it the other day, and it's very sharp at long distances at 600, but the closer 600s, it's a little soft.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm being overly critical of a lens that I had the 2-500 f mount, and I got some really nice shots with that. And I know the 180 to 6 is better than the 2-5.
It doesn't feel it.
I've been shooting so much with the, with the 800, which obviously is extremely sharp. And then I shoot with the 180 to 6, and then I sit there and I say, not so sure about this lens. And it is, as they say, acceptably sharp. I mean, for most people, it's more than sharp enough.
Value for money.
Yeah, and for the money, you can't beat it. It's really the same as the 2-5 was. If you're on a budget and you want to get into wildlife, I mean, obviously, it's the lens. It's one of the lenses you're going to pick because it gets your foot in the door. You will get some great images, and I just find myself. I guess my only recommendation is don't be afraid to keep your finger on the shutter for a few extra shots just to make sure you get the one that's as sharp as it can be. I mean, it's not like the film days where every shot costs you money, right? So it doesn't cost you anything to take a few extra shots to peruse when you're doing your editing and make sure that you get the one.
Oh, it's very sharp up to around 500 or so, and it's sharp at distances at the 600, but not so much at close-ups. Very good lens.
But
Value for money.
Value for money. Yeah, that's where it is.
Great value for money. My friend Bob has probably actually used that lens more than I have, because I'll usually bring it with me and I'll let him use that instead of his 2-5, and he'll be using that lens while I'm shooting with the 8 or something, or a 1-4 or whatever I have on my camera. But I have been using it a little bit more as of late. Finally,
That 600 PF is impressive.
I'm eyeballing that I've been eyeballing that lately, and I'm trying to ignore Gustavo's thumbs up right now. Very, very. I'm blocked.
He's been frozen
Right now. I don't want to be. Yeah, I don't want to be influenced by. But unlike some people, I won't get rid of my 500 PF. If I get it, I'm keeping my 500 PF. Robert's saying, put up Robert's comment here. His 186 came in end of November, 5 months after he ordered it. Considered selling it and going with the 600 PF since he already has the 100, the 400 as well.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
See, Gustavo's going to make everybody buy 600 PF. That's his new mission now. Here, you got to get the 600. Okay, it was Gustavo. Here's the question for you. I'm going to put you on the spot. You have both 600s. Okay, right. So I'm gonna take a guess. You can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm gonna take a guess. I'm gonna say if that when you're using the 600 with the built-in TC, that you're predominantly using that on a tripod, and you're using the
Definitely,
600
yeah.
PF whenever you're doing your walking around type of lens.
Yeah, exactly. For instance, today, right? Even when I'm stationary, I will put the 600 or the 800, but let's say the 600 on the tripod with some target on the auto capture, and then I will have the 600 PF on the other hand, and I carry the trigger with the or the auto or that one or the auto capture here on this hand for the 600, and then I photograph it with the 600 PF.
Mm.
It's two way of trying to get two Gustavos at the same time.
Now, here's a very good question from Jim. What do I take to Alaska, 800 or 180 to 600? I'll also have the 2X TC, or do I grab the 70 to 200 and use a TC on it? So my question is, do you own the 1 to 4? If you own the 1 to 4, you could use the 1 to 4 both for, shots of people. Obviously 100 millimeter is acceptable for portrait shots, correct? So, and then you have extra reach for critters that are closer, or larger animals that you may see where they're going to fill the frame a lot easier. And then you just have to decide. And at that point, you could take the 800 as well. If you got the 1 to 4 and you have a 1.4 TC that you could bring with you on that, and then you have the 800, you'd be good. Or, as Gustavo's going to tell you, get the 600, bring the 1 to 4, bring your 600 with you.
No. Look, honestly, Jim, for what you have, correct? I actually will bring the 800 and the 180 to 600. Correct?
Yeah, I'd agree.
I will take both because he's going to be in a cruise, correct? And so he's basically working from home, a mobile home, correct? Obviously, he's going to go out of the ship, do some excursions, but when he's in the ship, I mean, the 800 may, he can get some awesome shots, right? So,
I think the 180 to 6 might be a little long if he ends up walking like in town and wants to get pictures of people.
well, but if he's, but if he has, seals and otters and
You may need the 70 to 200 as well.
exactly. Remember, Jim, when I go to do some whale watching, correct, from a smaller boat, I would go with the 100 to 400, correct. But if it's in one of these very tall ships, maybe the 180 to 600 is not a bad idea.
Very flexible lens.
Or if you have the 24 to 120, slip that in your bag for if you're on the streets.
Oh, I'm sure.
That goes without saying.
Yeah.
We don't go anywhere without it.
Exactly. That is in my bag all the time.
Yeah.
No.
So that's by default. Correct? So
Well, it's not in my bag all the time because it's on my camera in my hand.
exactly.
Yeah, this is
That's why I didn't get the PF 600 as well.
yeah.
I
Now,
was waiting for the 600, but it never came.
Nikon's got $500 off on this lens right now, but of course that only benefits you if you're paying for it up front. If you're going to do bread payments, basically you're going to end up, because you're going to be paying interest on the if you take it out for 3 years, let's say, and you're paying interest on, well, even 2 years, you're paying interest on it. That's going to kind of suck up the savings that you're going to get, but it gives you the advantage of knowing, relatively low interest, and you get the lens right away, and you're not, throwing the money out there all up front. You may have a reasonable payment schedule on the lens that most people would be able to afford, because you'd probably be, like they said, you'd probably be somewhere around $135 a month. So that's kind of reasonable. But it depends on your finances and your situation, and whether you just have the cash and buy it, or and save the $500, or basically pay retail by the time you're done with it, but be able to get it right away and have very small payments every month, so you don't feel the pain quite as bad. So it's all going to depend on. Well, Brett is not no interest for 3 years, Bob, unless they just did that today, because I've been checking it, and it's like if you take it out for 1 year, when I looked, it was no interest, but 2 or 3 years, it was like 8%, 7.99%. Now, if they changed it for 3 years at 0%, I will be ordering one tomorrow.
No, it's but Jim, for sure. I mean, they 800 for the weight and everything, and the richer you can get. I would take the TCs too, correct? At least the 1.4 TC, because that worked fantastic with the 800.
Not so much with the 100 to 400 though.
Yeah. You see later on today when we talk about Mother's Day, and I selected some photos to share, all photos to share. You have to look at the exit information, and one of the photos has the 1.7 TC. I love that 1.7 TC better than the 2.0 TC, the 1.4 and the 1.7, and that
Oh,
one,
the new ZTCs are really outstanding.
the new ones.
Almost
The
worth
old ones,
using them.
the old ones were a matter of necessity.
Yeah, the old ones, the 2.0 was kind of almost a taboo TC. The 1.4 and the 1.7 were the 1.4 was really good, and the 1.7 was acceptably good.
Exactly.
But the 2.0 was kind of like
The beauty of the 1.7 is that with 600, it takes you to 1,000 millimeters exactly. Okay. So and you will see today a photo that I took with that lens a few years back. That was kind of in my bag, the 1.4 and the 1.7.
So Jeff and Leslie are in North Carolina right now, and I will be meeting them for lunch on this coming Wednesday. So I will get to meet our friends Jeff and Leslie in person, up close and personal. So I'll scare them off so they'll never come in to chat again. But we will meet up like within 30 minutes of each of our locations. So it'll be convenient for both of us, and I look forward to meeting them, and anticipate that we'll have a lot of things to talk about, and we'll have a good time. So we will see you on Wednesday, my friend. And if you need to crash because you're worn out, then crash. You got a busy week with they got a family reunion going on for the whole week next week. So they're going to be very, very busy.
So I was thinking about Jess and Leslie yesterday night, because my son, who lives now in Akron, Ohio, sent me the photo of the aurora, and we were going to talk about the aurora, and it was actually good. I was hoping, hey, I hope that Jeff and Leslie are still in Ohio, but maybe not.
Yeah, they're in North Carolina right now. Chuck's saying he's got the 1 to 4 and the 600.
That's a great combination.
With the 1.114 and the 2.0 teleconverter.
That
Hey, any
600
of you
PM
guys
is
have
too
a
good.
400 TC 2.8?
What's that?
The 600 PF is too good. It's making me
400
give me
2.8
gas.
TC.
No, it's about 2.0.
2.8 400 TC. Any of you have it?
Oh, the 400 with the built-in teleconverter, the 2.8. No, I don't have it.
No. I think
my friend has it, and it is unbelievable.
no.
That's probably the most versatile.
Too
400
short
It
for
ever
me.
made.
Because the background blur on it when he shoots his birds, there's nothing like it. You know, it just melts. It's worth every penny.
Yeah.
I think it's about what, $20,000?
No,
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 No.
and the
It's
heavy
probably,
lens,
how much
it's
is
about
it?
16, I think.
no. I think
No,
it's
So
about
you, it's
13.
I think it's
so
like
you're getting two lenses.
it's
You
like
get two lenses.
it's like 13, I believe, somewhere around 13.
13. Boy, that's cheap. That's like
It's
because
a
you
lot
get two
cheaper than
lenses.
what you're going to pay if you buy a Canon lens. Let's put it that way.
Exactly.
So you get two lenses, right?
Oh,
Yeah,
for sure.
Basically.
And because
Right?
the TC is built in, it's
I think
far superior.
of our group here, I think it was David Mutz who has that lens at one point.
Oh,
I don't know whether he have it at this moment because he thought I think he moved on into the 600 with TC. I believe that I may be saying wrong, but he had it at one time. It's a fantastic lens for sure. The 400 2.8 has always been
Still big and heavy, though.
yeah, but nothing compared with the past.
Yeah, Roy, you got all the big and heavy ones behind, in your room upstairs.
Yeah, they're all G-mount lenses, mostly. All the heavy ones.
You could use those as a self-defense mechanism. You swing those around, you'll take somebody out real quick.
If you can hold it.
if you can hold it.
So Roy, did you make it upstairs yet?
No, I got 2 steps up and I got stuck.
Okay, so they're kind of out of reach.
Yeah, terrible, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. I think I would spend an entire day trying to make it up those stairs to get that.
I did.
Yeah, 2 steps and rest for an hour. But anyway,
I'm just going to look something up here quick while we're
Mm.
yeah,
talking.
the KP index is forecast to be a 9 today,
Okay.
and
Explain.
schedule is out of 9.
Yeah,
So-
we've got Aurora in Melbourne, which is really weird.
Yeah,
So what was yesterday,
Yeah.
David?
it made it up to 8.
Okay.
And the BZ, which is what is really important with this, it made it down to -30, and is the lower the BZ is, the further south that the Aurora is going to be, and so you want a negative BZ,
Okay.
and to go with your KP. But you can have a KP of 8 and a positive BZ and no Aurora because it's just too far north.
Okay.
oh.
Well, you need to go through those charts later on and explain to everybody.
Yeah, I'm going to have to.
'Cause unfortunately, that website it doesn't explain. NASA did a poor job because typically underneath there is an explanation about the units, and because I was wondering what those numbers were. I could see, big versus small, but I couldn't understand it was magnitude of because it has a XYZ. I guess it had to do with some of the direction of the magnetic field.
Yeah, it's some of that you can ignore, and other parts are important. And I can go through it and show you what's what.
I'm gonna throw up a few that I got from Jim here quickly because we're give me a second here. So we'll throw a few up here.
Oh my God.
So used to
Where's he
seeing David's green images. I'm not used to seeing red.
Where is this?
California.
California.
Really?
Yeah.
I saw that Seattle even got it. That was really strange.
There are people taking Aurora in Puerto Rico, John.
Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And then he sent in another one.
Maybe I can see it, Gustav, tonight down here.
I saw a picture from I think North Carolina. They have a palmetto plant,
It's the same one, or is it?
palm with Aurora behind.
Oh my God, look at that. That's unbelievable.
Sky on fire. Sky's on fire.
That's unreal.
You know, that's yeah, that threw me when it was red. I said, because I mean, all the pictures I've ever seen, you know, in magazines or everything else are always the green color, you know, green, yellow, greenish yellow.
Explain, Mr. Stewart.
The colors, it depends on the plasma is interacting with in the atmosphere, and I don't know what is what, and I think some of it has to do with the type of the plasma too.
Mm.
I
But
think
it's
red's oxygen.
yeah.
But
But
Jeff,
did you have any of the pictures that I sent her?
absolutely.
Okay.
I'll bring them up next. Give me a second here.
Because they've got other colors in them.
I'm gonna try not to overly clutter my world here.
Mm. That's what my wife was saying, that in California we will worry if I see the sky being red like that, Jim.
So I'm trying to think of how I want to do this. I might have to back out here because I'm not sure.
Wow, swirl.
But let me. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to. This is where I should have had my other computer set up. I'm gonna pick some randomly here, and let David talk about them.
This one I shot in Saskatoon on, and it's very rarely see a spiral like that, and it lasted maybe a minute or two.
Wow, that's
I
weird.
thought I was watching something out of that TV show, the old TV show, Stargate SG-1. I thought that was like the portal
Mm-hmm.
that you walk through.
Yeah, they're like this one. It was shot in 22. Yeah, and that was with my Z9.
Let me find another one here.
See,
Mother Nature.
Yeah, David's got a lot of great shots in here, so it's almost like unfair to be. Well, I'll throw one that has a lot of different colors.
pick one that's on the bottom of the album, because that is those albums are sorted by date.
I'll throw that one out.
Okay, this was this morning,
Okay.
and I shot this with a 15 millimeter lens, and
Wow.
it obviously wasn't wide enough. So tonight I'm going to go.
How much is that? How much of the sky is that? Half of the sky or more?
No, this is less than a quarter.
Okay.
Like I used a 15 millimeter lens, and you know how wide that is.
I know, but
Yeah.
wow.
But you know, and I was shooting southwest for this shot. Like it's usually shoot north, but this is to the southwest.
Oh,
And this is with my Z8.
wow.
I'll find another one here. David's got so many good ones. It's a shame to try to.
Impressive.
And like this, there's another one coming up here. That's they're all really, really good. I mean, there's no doubt about it. David knows his stuff.
That he does.
And Christmas came for him yesterday already.
Oh, this was the Yellowknife. And I think I had this one for one of our photo reviews. That's the full moon on the left there. And you hear all of this BS about you can't go up when the full moon because you can't see anything, yada, yada, yada. So I shot this to prove you wrong.
Good to break rules, isn't it?
Well,
yeah,
they shouldn't be called rules. I think that's the
Yeah.
first mistake.
Typical suggestions.
Yeah,
Guidelines or recommendations.
yeah.
You know,
And like this rule of thirds is maybe suggestion of thirds or something, because
Yeah, that's one of my peeves, that one.
yeah.
Everyone does it no matter what, and it's irritating.
Well, I put my subject where it fits in the picture.
Yes.
If it fits on the third line, that's okay, and if it doesn't, that's okay too.
that's right.
Go with what works.
Sometimes I throw it right dead in the middle of the image, and I go,
Okay, yeah, like that one, like that was this morning.
that's phenomenal. That looks like there's just some explosion going on. I mean, someone could see that, not prepared, and see that and think it's the end of days or something. That's it. We're done.
Because like there's purple and red and green and a little bit of yellow in this.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's amazing. Really is.
Wow.
Yeah, so David was nice enough to send me a little catalog here, which I sent out to order prints quickly. Oh, did I say that? Wait a minute. Oops.
No, those are only 2048 wide, so your prints they got to be small.
I think the chat wants to know how you process your Aurora images.
Well, okay. It's with these is this one here was the same place as the spiral. The road was lit up by a car driving. This is one of the Yellowhead Highway, which is it's like an interstate. And so I just used the car lights to do some of the lighting here. That's the easy way to light paint.
Wow.
But with these, I normally I do most of my stuff in camera. For my white balance for the last bunch, I just use the AutoCAD standard. If I'm using my 810A with some of the other cameras, I use a special preset because the 810A is infrared sensitive. And if I want the prints or the pictures to match, otherwise I don't worry about it. And with these, I don't do anything special with them. As a matter of fact, they're really simple. I take them into bridge, hit the auto button, and have a look and see what it looks like. And I usually you've got to get the exposure right in camera. And I see my histogram every time, and I expose to the left about a stop or two, but not too far. And so you get your darks. But I got some of the exposure. I try to keep it to around 2 seconds or less. Like last night, most of them are around a half a second. At 6400, and
was it visible or was it slightly faint?
It was visible.
No, it was.
But your camera could see it an awful lot better than we could. Oh, this one here was shot about 1 o'clock in the morning. This is my trailer. I got red lights in the trailer, so that it doesn't I got 2 sets of lights. But this was shot at 1 o'clock in the morning.
So what is that light?
And this is moonlight.
Okay, but not from yesterday, correct?
No, this was
full moon
2 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, Roy, here in Denver, which are quite a bit south compared with where you could see with your eyes, it's faint, okay? And the phone can see it much better. I mean, the pictures that my son took with his iPhone were amazing, correct? And he took a video,
Well, from the news, it says that we've got the Aurora here, and we're way near the equator, so that's very weird.
See, I think what David's really doing in this picture is he's developing some actual film in there.
I think he's having a party.
He's using the red lights while he's doing some film development.
That's David Red Light District.
Red light district, yeah.
Well, it was this weekend. There's lots of stargazers out, and they didn't like anybody with the white light at all.
Show those with the amazing, the ones at the bottom. I mean, they look fantastic. Look at that.
Those 4 at the bottom. That was this morning. You know, and it's I shot about 850, and it was really hard to get it down to 4.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, so David, as you could tell, folks, David has been very, very busy. And he could probably tell you all the critters that come out at night, too, because he's out there with them.
He's looking up, though, not at the critters.
He's looking up as they're chewing on his toes from below.
Yeah.
Wonderful, Dave.
Yeah.
Wonderful stuff.
So share, David, since you can share the that site from NASA that has the intensity, because
Okay.
Because it still has
I put the link in the chat.
exactly.
Jeff is going to have to put the link out because
I
I
know, but
tried.
you can go
tried
to the
to put-
website. You can
Yeah.
go to the website and share.
Because I tried to put the link in the chat that everybody sees, but it doesn't work.
Exactly.
But Jeff can do that.
Let's see.
He can pull it out of our chat and put it in to the other one. to
Oh,
the
is it in
YouTube.
the private chat?
Yeah, it's in the private chat. Or at least I could see it in the private chat, maybe back a little ways.
Okay, it's
I can put it in again.
no, my wheel is just spinning here right now. It hasn't loading it. It's loading it.
Yeah,
There
I've been
you are.
looking at it.
I
It's
put it in
interesting.
at the bottom.
So David, that mass discharge had to be kind of in the direction of the Earth to create this, correct? There is mass discharge all the time, but they had to be traveling towards the Earth in order to get big aurora like this.
Yeah. See what's happened right now is that there's a very large sunspot that's been setting off flares, and this sunspot happens to be in a position where it's aimed towards the Earth,
Oh, okay.
and it's sent 7 flares, one behind the other,
Okay.
and they all don't hit us directly, but it's close, and it doesn't have to be direct. It only has to. It can be a gaze or a glancing blow. But when you start adding them together, it really makes a big difference.
Yeah, I was going to tell. I think I may pull my solar filter tomorrow because apparently that sunspot is big. So Eva and those that got that filter, right? I see
Yeah.
Robert. If we get a good, good view of the sun, we may be able to see that big sunspot.
Yeah. It's see now the link that I sent Jeff.
Yeah, it's just let me see if it showed up. Okay. It was like spinning, the wheel was spinning for quite a while. Okay, I do have it now. So
Going round and round.
It was going around and around, but I have it now. So let me see if I can share it. Boy, I don't know if it's gonna shoot. Okay, I think the problem is it's not on a separate window. It's on my tab on my top of my screen, and I can't share it when it's
Okay.
when it's not a separate I'll have to close it out, and I'll have to open up a new window and then bring it up, and then I could share it. So it's going to take a few. I'm going to have to start over again. That's just
Maybe what I could do is I share my screen.
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly.
You could share your screen.
Okay.
If you have it, just share, send share, and then I can open it up on my end, and everybody will see it.
God, those pictures are amazing. That blood red.
Okay. On this screen here, I don't know how well people can see it, but if you Google Space Weather Prediction Center and then go to dashboards and go to Space Weather Enthusiasts, and it'll take you to this screen. And tonight, what's been happening is because there are so many people doing it, it's well, it took me 3 tries to load the website when I want to refresh.
Wow.
But
3 times.
okay, over here you can see my my cursor,
Yes.
and this is the prediction for the 12th, and these are UTC times, like Zulu time. And but you see this right here, we got a KP of 9. The scale is out of 9. I don't know what would happen if you're going to have a 10, but anyway.
You may not get electricity, David.
we may have fun, but anyway. But so that, like right now, we're already into the 12th, and so what I am looking at is right here. We're probably at an 8 right now, and this is the prediction. And these predictions are like the weather. Sometimes they're accurate, other times they're not worth whatever.
The other site that I saw has the actual, correct?
Okay, down here, this is what they've been measuring.
Okay.
And this is not much over a 2. But, and see up here, yeah, you can see that's it. That's like they're predicted as the maximum.
Wow.
The things that we want to see is the solar wind speed, and that is very, very high. Our BZ, which is right here, is a -3. I usually like it to be a larger negative number. And okay, now go down the bottom of the screen here. This here is what the aurora is like right now.
Mm-hmm.
Any place that is green, if it is dark, your camera can see it. And get into the yellow and the orange is more intense. Last night, there's quite a bit was red. I'm going to change screens here. This is what tonight's forecast is. See how red it is?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Oh yeah. And
the sun.
yeah. And if you're too far north, you can't see a thing.
Okay.
Yep. And it's and then this is where it's going to be in the next few minutes. And there's the southern, for they do this especially for Roy.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. And there's some of the data for yesterday. But
yeah, it looks like my neck of the woods won't be seeing it tonight. Doesn't look like it. So that's
if your neck of the woods sees it, we're going to have problems.
Well, apparently they saw it last night, believe it or not.
Yeah. But the
We-
chances are your camera can see an awful lot more than you can. Is get into a dark area and and expose it so that your picture looks a bit like daylight. And that'll give you an idea if there's any aurora there. Then you adjust your exposure for the aurora.
Yeah, I'm in a way too well lit area. I would have to drive a ways to find a dark spot.
David, what's the settings? What's the settings to shoot?
Last night I was using 6400 half a second f1.8.
ISO 6400. Huh?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Patrick. Go.
And I don't do any noise reduction or anything on
Right.
On my 8 and 9. I don't have to.
Do you do time lapse too?
No, but I take a shot every 20 seconds. On each camera. So what I probably should do is tonight, if it's good, is do it every 5, and then I can do a time lapse.
Okay, that'd be cool.
You see, David, using the 10 pin on my C8 and my C9, you know, I can trigger the two cameras at the same time with one remote.
Yeah.
So that may be something that if you want to have different perspective, that you can put different lenses of different camera, but you trigger at the same time.
Well, I use the intervalometer.
Yeah, well,
So it's taking a picture every 20 seconds right now, and then I just watch and see how the aurora is, and that way I can have 2 or 3 cameras going at the same time. There's one night Anita and I were out, and I had 5 cameras going. There's no way that you can be doing it like this.
no, but that's the beauty. If you use the same channel, correct, you can trigger all with one clicker, correct?
Yeah, but part of the problem is the aurora was so wide compared to the lenses that we were using. That we were shooting different parts of the sky.
Exactly.
Yeah, and last night my 15 millimeter lens was too long.
But David, the good thing is that if your power grid fail, you really get that sky in Calgary. Then you can take it. You know,
just want to say hi quick to Mookie's in the house, and we got let's see, Lynn H. Lynn, I don't know if I recall seeing you in the chat before. So if this is your first time in, thank you so much for showing up. Greg Corker's here. How you doing, Greg? Been a while. And yeah, everybody's enjoyed your shots. Wayne, hello to Wayne. Wayne's in the chat.
Yeah.
And
oh my God.
Just want to make sure we don't miss anybody. Cooley's here.
yeah, but David didn't take that one.
No, I didn't take that one.
I think if we caught that, we'd be worried.
Well, David was on a special kind of plane, and he can't tell us what he was on when he took that one.
Yeah, and this one let me show the video, but or will it? Because these are the videos, and it's got the time. No, it's not letting me do that. Okay. But this is constantly changing all the time. So, and they've got.
We lost Roy and David.
Am I still here? Okay.
And you're back.
I'm back. Okay. On the prediction, this is for Earth. These times here on the bottom are it's UTC. Actually, these are dates, but it's still Zulu time. But see, last night for the 11th, when they go up here, there's the Earth, what was predicted. This is for the plasma density being like that is really high because you can have a look at the graph. This here has to do with the velocity of the plasma, and what you want a high velocity and a dense, and then you got more to see. Because if the velocity is high and the density is low, there's nothing there to see.
Mm.
You know, so you want the combination. And okay, on this one here is that this yellow is the speed, and this is the density. And okay, this one is the PZ. And here where it was negative, it drives the aurora south. So what I end up doing is I have a look at this to give me an idea of when it's going to be good to have a look at what's going out. This is real time here, this graph. This is also a prediction here, and this is this prediction here is based off of this one.
Okay.
It's just that I find this easier to read to a certain extent, but the one down below, it doesn't have the KP values where this one does. It's KP is easy for people to understand, but it leaves a lot to be desired.
It's like the total, correct? One is the total, one is the kind of component in 3D, correct?
Yeah, because it's got X, Y, and Z, but it's the BZ you're mostly interested in. It's but there's four things to look at. You want your KP, you want your velocity, you want your density, and you want your BZ.
Mm.
So, and to get them all plus the real weather at the same time, you're lucky, because 75% of the time for the last year, but when the aurora was there, I had to be at 30,000 feet because it was cloudy or whatever. But don't worry about a little bit of clouds, because you can see the aurora through the clouds.
Mm.
Some of the shots that I had last night, the clouds were there, but when you look at the shot, you just kind of make you wonder which side of the cloud was the aurora on. You know. But anyway,
Jeff and Leslie, good night to you guys. Thanks for popping in. We'll see you later in the week, this upcoming week.
yeah, and just remember to smash that like button. You know, mine's already broken.
I don't think the like button works for my YouTube channel. It doesn't get used much on my channel.
The
Now, if they had a range, like, dislike, or I don't know, that would be the I don't know button. That would be good.
Well, actually, there are three options. You can either say like, you dislike, or you don't do anything.
You don't do anything.
I don't know.
No comment.
Yeah, you don't do anything. Now, David, you think tonight is tonight expected to be better for you than last night, or don't know yet?
I don't expect it to be better than last night for a long time, because the only time that was better than last night was in September 2017.
That's a while.
Last night was numbered my second best, but my third best was when I was in Yellowknife this year. But it's the part that we are in the solar cycle, it's getting to the peak. but I don't like the peak in the summertime because it's not dark enough to go shoot it. Maybe if I was down with Roy and a bit further south in Tasmania, it'd be okay. But
Well, but it's increasing, correct? It's increasing to a point. So next winter for you is going to be pretty good.
It's just
well, yeah, it's
expensive to go where Roy is to travel.
Not for me. I'm going to have a look tonight, see if there's any aurora. Now there's no clouds.
yeah, it's for me up here. It is the season starts in the middle of August and goes until March or April. And to see it this time in May is extremely anomalous.
Yeah. Now, I remember reading that Carrington event of the 19th century that you probably have read a lot. That some people were mentioning today, right? That was like 10 times the amount or estimated the amount that was the one from yesterday.
Well, yeah, it's we're a long ways from having another Carrington event. We had a bad event 20 years ago. It affected Quebec Hydro pretty bad because they got major north-south power lines.
Okay.
And they're aligned with the magnetic field and the aurora, and they lost their system for a couple of days.
John's leaving us, guys. So let's say good night.
Hey, John.
He's got to. It's lunchtime. Where John, make it dinner so that you have lunch at dinner time and you have your dinner at lunchtime.
Hey, thanks for all the information, David. Your pictures are absolutely stunning.
Oh,
you're right at this is it, man. Take as many as you can.
So
I wish I could be there.
Did you have to take your mother-in-law tomorrow for Mother's Day or today for Mother's Day?
Well, Mother's Day is already here. Mother-in-law's in China now, so it's just me and Diana.
Oh,
but
right.
Diana told me today that she says if I'd have known about this aurora, a few weeks ago, she says we would have flown to Iceland today.
Exactly.
Well, as good as Iceland is, it's that there are better places. Just Iceland advertises more.
It's for us. It's easier to get to Iceland.
Yeah, probably
because we just fly to Paris and just get the connecting flight to Reykjavik.
Yeah.
It's not that far. For us to get to the States is twice as long.
Yeah, for me to get to Yellowknife, it's just a 2-hour flight north.
Oh wow, yeah, I see that. All right, you guys, have fun.
Okay, good night, John.
Have a good lunch, and we'll see you next week. Hopefully, you take care.
Oh yeah, I'll be around.
All righty, have a good one. Let's just throw out here. Let's see. Okay, guys, let's see what your opinion is on here. This is, of course, Nikon Rumor's opinion. Well, obviously, the D850 is being pushed for their $800 off the D850 right now.
Still a good camera.
So the question is are they going to discontinue it shortly thereafter, this promotion? According to DP Review, they say some stores no longer list it anymore. One is Amazon, and the other I've never heard of, called Photo Earhart. Never heard of them. But do you think the D850 is soon to be a historical camera?
Perhaps, but they just released another firmware updates.
Not yet.
Who knows?
Probably within the next year, I would think.
Stella says hello.
Hello. How you doing? Nice to see you.
These webcams are
probably the D6 and the D850 probably not yet. Yeah, I think they will keep it. I'd say more than a year for sure.
Well, I'm just hoping that they support those cameras for many, many, many years to come. You know, when they
Well,
do.
Nikon always has. So actually, I had a piece of equipment from the 1950s, and I rang up NPS, and they sent me a manual for it.
So Robert's saying that one the photo Earhart is a European camera shop, and Wayne is saying that they don't seem to be Nikon doesn't seem to be producing more. Places aren't getting more when they sell out. So yeah, it might just be existing inventory, and then that'll be the end of the road.
Yeah, perhaps. I think
Yeah.
DSLRs are less popular now, but they're still functional.
Yeah,
They still work well. I still use them for birding if I was doing a lot of birding.
David Roberts putting in here that he consults what you're talking about, NASA and NOAA. He says they usually do not agree, but I'll use the information from NASA.
I get emails when there's going to be a solar storm because I deal with satellites sometimes.
Okay.
And it upsets all the satellites.
Yeah, they have to put it in safe mode.
Yeah, you shut them down and things.
There's also Space Weather Live, which is an app on my iPad, and there's Aurora Watch, which is a UK app. And but Aurora Pro is usually my go-to because I've got that paid, and I get lots of notifications from it. Like Space Weather Live, for the last 2 days, has been sending me on the average of 4 messages an hour on the sun doing different things. And it takes between 3 and 4 days for all of that activity from the sun to make it here. So just as a guess, I think that we're going to this aurora activity is going to last into next week, a couple or 3 days.
Well, I'm going out tonight to have another look now the skies are clear.
Yeah.
Jim's throwing up an interesting tidbit of information about the Carrington event. Aurora is visible south to the Caribbean. It made interruptions in telegraph communications, even shocking telegraph operators and sparking fires on telegraph paper. That was a few years ago.
Now that would create havoc in our modern time.
Oh, what would it ever? You know, you could all of a sudden your computer becomes a paperweight.
Exactly. Imagine all the kids without internet for a week.
A week? It could be a lot longer than that.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Roy's got the Leica shirt on.
Flashing the light.
Roy, do you like have all these? Are these all company sponsored shirts that you're getting?
Yes, from events. I always get a shirt when I go to an event.
You remember the Carrington event? Yes.
Yeah, I guess we will be looking someday as DSLRs as like a Leica. Say that 10 times fast. Like a Leica. The a few other things going on. Let's see here. For those who are interested in this, I think now I haven't been. I'll be honest with you. For someone who was trying to make himself have more time to do things, I seem to be going the opposite way somehow. I haven't figured out how that worked out, but I haven't been able to watch other people's YouTube channels anywhere near as much as I used to. But I think Matt Irwin might have done a review. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong on the Viltrox 16 millimeter
Yeah, I think he's gone in bed with Viltrox.
Yeah, autofocus lens, the f1.8 full frame, and you can order it, and you can order it from Amazon. I looked it up on Amazon. It's $549.
Not expensive, is it?
I don't really know how good the quality is. I think Matt reviewed it. I did not watch that review, and maybe you guys could share if you watched it or know someone who has fooled with this lens. I mean, feel free to interject and add some information in the chat.
Viltrox are not bad. They're not bad lenses. Value for money.
You know,
I'll stick to my Z lenses, though.
yeah. Now, this was kind of interesting. Is Delkin has now three new CFE Type B 4.0 cards. Maximum read is 3,530 megabytes per second. Maximum write is 3,250 megabytes per second. The 256 gigabyte version is $179.99, which isn't bad. The 325 gig is $299.99, and the 650 gig is $559.99. So
there's a couple of really big ones around too.
You know, I think for most people, unless you're doing like gobs and gobs and gobs of video, a 256 gigabyte is more than enough for. I would say 90%. 90%.
And it's eggs in one basket as well. If you lose that card, you lost them all.
Yeah. Yeah. And for those that had been waiting, the Megadapt EFTZ21 lens adapter that allows you to use Canon EF lenses on Nikon Z cameras. It works both for full frame and APS-C lenses, and that's going to allow you to have another 150 plus lenses that you can use on the Nikon Z system. And the Nikon system, I'm sure most of us know this, but maybe others that have other brands don't, is that because of the size of the mount on the Z system cameras, they are more, you can adapt more lenses to the Z mount system than you can adapt
more about the flange distance
to any other camera brand.
It's more the flange distance than the actual size of the mount. Because it's so close to the sensor, you can adapt almost anything.
Yeah. So that's something that people should consider when they're looking at what kind of camera they want to use, you know, or to not be fearful and say, oh, I don't want to switch brands because I'm not going to be able to use my lenses, because more than likely there's an adapter out there that's going to allow you to use your lenses on the Nikon Z camera system. So my dog is driving me absolutely nuts. But I'm not like that politician, Patches. I'm not going to shoot you. You're my pal. I would never hurt you, Patch. Mike Farwell is in. He says, "Oh, Chuck is taking off. Got to go to bed."
Bye,
Chuck, thank you for coming on and coming in the chat. Appreciate it. And hey, Chuck, if you're still there listening, or you watch this tomorrow, try to sneak us a few pictures for next month's photo review. You have some time here.
Especially that 600 PF.
Yeah, send us some 600 PF pictures. So. And yeah, because I know he's been out there, using it and fooling around with it. So don't be afraid to send the pictures in. We don't bite.
Not much anyway.
Yeah. That Megadapt adapter that I was just talking about is apparently available on eBay right now for $299. And they're saying it should be listed soon on Adorama, Amazon, and B&H.
There's some very good Canon lenses, and They're probably lagging a little bit behind what they used to, but there's still some good lenses.
Okay, Chuck's still here. He got the message. He says, "Okay, I will." So, okay, we look forward to seeing some 600 PF images from Chuck next month.
Chuck is just to finally convince Jeff to sell the 500 PF.
Chuck's gonna call. Chuck will probably call me tomorrow when I've had about 3 hours sleep and say, you know, I was talking to Gustavo, and you really need to get that lens, Jeff.
I've tried it. It's an impressive lens.
Well, I know how much I enjoy and have enjoyed and enjoyed using the 500 PF because the weight is, you could carry that, you could walk around with that lens on your camera literally 5 hours and you're not going to be crying when you get home and saying, oh, my neck, my back, I mean, it's just so light. It just really.
Well, 600 is even better. You can run video handheld, which really surprised me.
At 600 millimeter, which is incredible.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and then it's fun when you try to. I've actually used the 800 occasionally, the 800 handheld, and put it in DX mode where you have the 2.3 times crop, and I've gotten it to come out pretty good, handheld, with a 2.3 times crop on video.
I think the 600 is even better.
You know.
Yeah. So I got a question here, actually, for you guys that do video, correct? Since I'm taking some snippets of video, when you put like your Rode in your camera and connect it through, did you adjust the preamp settings in the Z8 and the Z9, or do you keep it auto? Because I read the PDF. Remember, I show you that there is no instruction, but you can go to the Rode website and there is a PDF that they say that you should put the gain level to 1 and 2 on your camera. So I was wondering, certainly for you, Jeff, but also Wayne, if he's still around, correct? Did you keep your audio settings the same as they come by default, or do you mess with them?
Well, you could check your mic level, as you're talking. You could see.
I mean, you can see the little bars.
Right, you can see the bar and make sure you don't overshoot. Make sure you're in a good range. But I don't usually use the mic that often, either the built-in mic or the Rode that often. Occasionally I do. I'll use the Rode mic sometimes if I'm doing a video in my house and I'm talking about something. Exactly. And I want a better mic than what's in the camera, and I'll use the Rode mic inside my house. But when I'm out in the field, it's usually either too much wind noise or too much car traffic noise or whatever, and I'm going to do a voiceover anyway, so I don't record sound at all. So really, the only time I've been using the microphone is when I'm doing a video in my own home.
Yeah, no, I try to, I may do some experimenting, but I thought that you guys use it more because, I mean, the manual said, hey, just take it out of auto. Because one thing that bothers me, and I'm very hard of hearing nowadays, correct? But,
what?
Exactly. Makes you go deaf.
Exactly. But I hate when the audio of the video is not clean, that there is a little bit of shh, hiss in the back, correct? So if I can get out of the hiss, I would like it.
Well, you could get rid of some of that after the fact in post.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, that I have that question for Joey at one point. I put it on his website, on one of his videos, that what processing that he does to the audio afterwards, correct? In Final Cut Pro or whatever he uses. So they say
Wayne's saying he's used it both ways.
It appears I'm using a Rode right now. I didn't know, but I was.
Okay.
Is that where they came up with the term, hit the road, Jack? Hit the road, Jack.
The road.
He says now he uses the Z8 at +6 when he's inside for the talking head videos.
But that +6 in the mic, correct? Oh,
Not a fan of internal mics in cameras.
No, internal mics are awful. They're not good at all.
exactly.
Yeah, they're not good
Anyway,
at all.
so Wayne, I may consult with you a little bit more on this. See, outside I set it to +3.
Yeah.
Better to use a real mic.
And he says the camera, not the mic, the camera, the
Okay.
+3.
Yeah. So I've been using all the auto default rather than messing with that, like you were saying, Jeff. But the auto is good for the ignorance like me, but I'm sure that there is some setting that you need to use. But I understand why the auto works, because for me it's an occasional quick, flip the little switch to go to video and then take a short video, right?
Yeah. That's what I really do. I mean, and the thing is, everybody's outside environment is different. So, Wayne's using +3, and somebody else might use +2, somebody might use +4. So you have to experiment. And now Wayne's saying they recommend +3. So I mean, obviously use that as a starting point and then adjust it accordingly to get to what you like the best. So and like you said, and as a person, each one of us has different levels of perception with our hearing. So what sounds good to someone, one person at +3 may not sound good to you.
Oh, for sure.
I edit the audio in post. It's the only way of getting a good audio.
Yeah, at least in post you could sit there and you can do some noise reduction, crank up the volume, knock down the volume. You'll always end up doing a little bit of tweaking in post. It's pretty much a normal thing. I don't know if you guys looked at the Nikon Rumors had some sample images of that new case. Case makes camera filters, very good camera filters, and they came out with a 200 millimeter reflex mirror portrait lens. They're calling it 200 millimeter f5.6, and they showed some images of it. And to be honest with you, I did not like the images at all. The bokeh balls, if you want to call them balls, had a very thick ring around them.
That's all mirror lenses do that.
Yeah, very, very distracting. Very distracting. Does not.
It depends on what you're taking a picture of.
Yeah,
After bokeh, you don't go for a mirror lens.
Yeah, it did not appeal to me.
And that's always have been why the wildlife photographers never use those Newtonian design lenses, correct?
Yeah,
They're good for astro, but Roy, you show at one point. We're not going to get you going and get it, but you show some of those mirror lenses, correct?
Yes, I've got a handful of them. The thing about mirror lenses, there's no color correction needed. With any glass lens, it spreads the colors and you get color aberration.
Exactly.
You don't get that with the mirror lenses. They're all color perfect. They lack contrast compared to a glass lens, but that's something you can fix in post as well. They're quite nice to use.
They used to be back in the 70s and 80s. Boy, they were advertised like crazy in all the photo magazines because you'd have these very long reach reflex mirror lenses for compared to an equivalent standard lens a lot cheaper, and
It's a lot smaller. They're
yeah,
very compact.
yeah, they were like large diameter, but they were short. They were short.
I think Takina just released recently a 500 reflex lens mirror. That would be interesting. They're good to have because they're so small to fit in your bag. You need a 500 or 1,000 millimeters quickly. They're there. My 1,000 millimeter one's got a 3 times teleconverter with it.
But I didn't know right about the chromatic aberration. That because of course it doesn't go to that many glass elements, right? There's
That's
a less
right.
chance.
Almost no glass elements in it, so it doesn't separate the colors as much. You
Exactly.
don't get that astigmatism and color aberration.
Now we're talking about large lenses. When we were talking about Jim going to Alaska, bring the 800 with him. The only problem with the 800 is, most camera bags, you're not going to fit an 800 with the lens hood. You're not going to fit the 800 in a camera bag with the lens hood on, extending out, and you're probably not going to fit the 800 on your body in a camera bag unless you have like one of those really a bag that's too big to put on the airplane, basically.
No. I got my bag designed for the 800 on this airport, whatever thing, and the 800 fits there without the attached camera.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Well, you're not going to fit it in the bag with the camera on it,
No, exactly.
and you're not going to fit it in there with the lens hood on it.
Well, you can.
You're going to reverse
Turn it backwards.
reverse the lens hood.
Backwards.
This is half the size of the old AFS one. The old AFS 800 was huge.
I mean, I could fit the 800 in my bag if it's not on the camera,
Exactly.
and I reverse the lens hood.
But for traveling,
Yeah.
you can take the 800.
I certainly don't want to put it in a checked bag ever.
No.
No way.
That's the way I travel with 800 to California, right? So it was on my carry-on. Now my carry-on was my photo equipment. There was nothing else, only photo equipment.
Yeah, let them throw around my clothes if they want, but not my camera stuff.
Exactly.
Mhm.
I don't care if my pants get wrinkled.
Just an emergency underwear and socks in between the lenses, and you're good to go.
Yeah. Put the important stuff there.
Yeah, pull socks over your lenses to add extra cushioning.
I told you that is actually
Bubble wrap weighs nothing.
that's actually I remember John McNally saying that when he used to do a lot of Nat Geo traveling, he would take his camera back and he takes every single divider. It's nothing. It's an empty suitcase, a regular suitcase, and then he put all his lenses, and then the clothes goes around. So all these dividers were useless for him.
Well, the problem with the dividers is, as cute an idea as it is, you're always fiddling with them depending on what you're going to take pictures of. You know what I mean? You're always
And
moving.
the Velcro hangs on everything.
Yeah. But
Hate the Velcro.
Yeah, that Velcro can be.
It drives me nuts.
Velcro.
No, but
I
I
adjust it a little bit and it won't.
What was the late night show where they used to have somebody wearing a Velcro suit and he'd jump and try to stick himself to a wall or something?
exactly.
Not on Letterman. I don't remember if that
Letterman,
was
yeah.
David Letterman.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember where it was though.
Let's see what else we got here.
I like Velcro, but not in bags.
Yeah. So Voigtlander's coming out with their
I like
75.
Voigtlander.
So
Voigtlander.
70 Voigtlander.
Voigtlander.
Nocton 75 millimeter f1.5 announced on May 15th. Okay.
Not Voigtlander. Great lenses.
So they're saying that the lens is designed exclusively for Nikon Z mount, implements optical system optimized for the image sensor of a mirrorless camera with a Nikon Z mount. And they have a lens like that for the Leica L mount. But their Nikon rumor says it appears to have the same lens construction diagram. So there probably isn't much difference other than the mount itself.
Surprise.
Now, you guys have probably heard me mention Photography Life a few times on this channel. I do like Photography Life. I'm subscribed to them. I get emails from them. And this will stir, potentially an interesting conversation throughout the show on and off. I'm going to pronounce his name wrong, but the founder of Photography Life is Nassim Mansurov. And he had an article, or he discussed, and he said, you already know how we feel about AI generated photos here at Photography Life. And he says, if you missed it, and then he says, here are 1, 2, and 3 articles. So they had 3 articles on their website talking about AI generated photos. And he said, Adobe doesn't really share our view. He says, Adobe recently ignited a controversy over telling photographers to skip the photo shoot and use their AI image generation tools instead. So he has score 1 if you'd rather sit on your butt typing pretty pictures into an app instead of going out and taking some yourself. And he says, Photography Life has been, is, and always will be AI free. He says, this is the conclusion of the core group of writers. They came up with on an internal phone call. They debated the use of generative AI for both creating images and writing content. And when he sat down with the group at Photography Life talking about it, there was a unanimous no in terms of using AI in any way, shape, or form on their.
It's got its uses, but I think the Adobe AI is still very cartoon-like. It's still got a way to go.
He says, we concluded that the world does not need more fakery. If this is going to be the very last resource that is free from AI-generated articles and AI-generated photos, and even if that translates to negative financial performance, so be it, was our team's conclusion. He says, I supported this vote wholeheartedly. So he says, welcome to the new old Photography Life. I'm sure some of you will appreciate our updated slogan, Photography Life, AI free since 2008. So I applaud them for their stance on not bending to this AI frenzy that's going on, where I get frustrated because even just simple things that pop up when you're on YouTube, and it had nothing to do with really photography, but you'll see like movie trailers where they'll show an actor that was in say there was a movie series and it was 3 parts, and then they'll try to say, oh, so-and-so's coming out for part 4. And it's all fake. It's all AI stuff, and it's all fake. And they're doing fake movie trailers, making people think that the actor that was in the first 3 movies is going to be coming out in a 4th one. And I'm a big movie buff, and I cannot stand this fakery movie trailer crap that's coming out on YouTube. It drives me absolutely nuts. If you want to have AI, then you know what? Create a separate area for AI stuff to be posted. And if you like AI, then you have a place to go. But I don't think there's too many people that are doing the AI stuff and they're trying to pass it off as legitimate work. Like they went out in the field and they got those images, and in many cases you're watching a video and you can tell that it's an AI voice still, because they will screw up on a certain word that isn't a word that's hard to screw up on, and the machine learning or whatever it's spitting out the verbiage for that video will make mistakes, and you'll pick up on it, and you'll be able to tell that it's not narrated by a real human being. And I don't know. I don't like it personally. I don't care for it. I won't support any.
There's a lot of AI in the new Photoshop. A lot of the apps.
What's that?
A lot of the apps in the new Photoshop are AI, apart from the total generated images. A lot of the intelligent fill, and that's all AI.
Yeah, this is going to cause a lot of who determines where that line in the sand is, But I mean, I certainly don't want something that's totally fake. I don't want somebody to, show me a picture of an eagle that was not, let's just say, tweaked image in Photoshop versus a completely computer generated image of an eagle. I don't want to see that.
So Jeff,
but these AI generated images are actually taken from stock photos anyway, then modified.
Yeah, but I mean, Jeff, you and me and Roy and David and everybody here, we go for the experience, correct? I mean,
right. Like, to me, if you think it's great to sit on your computer and just type in any subject that you want, and your computer is going to give you this pretty darn good image, and then you shouldn't be allowed to try to pretend it's not an AI generated image.
Exactly, but
it is. I mean, it should be a requirement that you have to have a statement that says this is an AI generated image, and one could look at an AI generated image as a different form of art, right?
It should be labeled as such,
but it needs to be labeled as such.
Yeah, but you can imagine. So that's one. On one side is the experience and the reality, correct? And we enjoy that, correct? I was actually thinking about this morning. Wow, I'm glad that I got out of my bed and sat there taking my coffee and waiting for the birds to do whatever. That is the experience. Photography comes as part of that experience. No AI is going to replace that, correct? But on the other hand, think about it. For once, we are using it already. If you go to Photoshop and you say remove this little tweak here, it is some form of AI, correct? And you can have in Photoshop different way. So you're not adding anything, you're just improving. For instance, extending the canvas. If you want a little bit of space, up or side, for me, I think it's still a legitimate use of AI. Like your photos, the eagle with the eagle with the osprey. Remember, Jeff? You could extend that canvas a little bit and give a little bit of more headroom, correct? I think that's okay. On the other, so that's the second option, correct? Now, you can imagine a kid having to make a presentation about Aurora that we were discussing today. It would be easy for them. I mean, the same way they do today, they Google Aurora photos. Yes, but they can say Aurora photos with me in it, correct? And then they make the presentation in PowerPoint or whatever they're using for the school. So it's inevitable, Jeff.
Now, like one comment, like David's comment, anything you can do in the darkroom should be allowed. And we all know that Ansel Adams images, which were obviously phenomenal, guy was a phenomenal artist, and many have complained that you're never going to get an image that you would see in an Ansel Adams book, because those images were dodged and burned a lot in the darkroom. Significantly, and if you think you're going to go there with your camera and get that a replica of what he got, you never would, because he spent a lot of time on it in the darkroom. And so, yeah, I agree. Stuff like dodging, burning, and a person said, well, isn't healing
It is.
healing tool AI, and yeah, it is. So yeah, but you have to ask yourself, if I'm removing it, if I have dust, say I have a dust speck on my lens and I didn't clean my lens, and I'm removing that dust speck, I don't think that as a negative thing. I'm removing something that should not have been part of the image, and I didn't do my due diligence and clean my lens well enough, and I'm making sure that my ignorance doesn't show up in that photograph. But I'm not altering what I saw with my human eyes. Okay,
Exactly.
not altering what I saw with my human eyes. Whereas if
Depends
I'm
on how much you remove from the image too. You can clone out certain things, and you can't overdo that.
Yeah, you can't overdo that. And if you enter a photo contest, most of the time they don't allow you to use they don't allow you to
Which is
use
good.
any eliminate any branches or twigs or anything anyway. It's going to be like adjust your blacks, your white. You can maybe tweak your brightness, your a little bit saturation adjustment here or there, contrast, but you're not gonna be able to go and make the image so it's not even close to the representation of what you saw with the best camera lenses in the world, which are in your eye, in your head, on your face. Those are the best ones.
Not for the
It's nice
Aurora.
to get it right in
Not for
camera.
the
though.
Aurora. For the Aurora, you need the camera sensor.
Well, there's the Aurora is, it's all in how you process the picture, because I can change it a bit. I usually don't, but when I use the 810A, it sees quite a bit different than the eye does, and and the way that I look at this is the pictures that I produce is the way that my mind's eye sees it.
Of course, David, but again, it's about the experience, correct?
Yeah, it's the experience. You got to get out there.
Exactly. See, anything that is based in nature, being there with your senses, feeling it, that's what's important. The photography comes as a recollection or a way of reminding us, correct, of what we saw.
I think a fully AI thing, like I said, is a different form of art. It's just like I meet at art shows, I meet gentlemen that they take pictures of birds or animals, right, with their camera, and they're very good photographers, and they take pictures of the birds, and then they go and they paint the birds. They use those photos so that they can have a technically correct painted image of that bird. They don't miss a detail, because they got an image of the real bird with the camera, and then they paint it. But they'll say, the beauty of now me going into getting out my paintbrushes is I can take any of these birds that I've taken a picture of, and I can create my own scene to put them in with my paintbrushes. And that's wonderful. They look great. And it's art. It's paint. It's a painting.
A lot of work.
It's art.
Oh, it sure
But
is.
it was based in part in the beginning from photographs. And I think that is a wonderful combination when somebody has that kind of talent, where not only can they capture a great image, but then they could take parts of that image and then they can create their own background, how they want it to look, and place those birds with the brush anywhere in that background that they want.
Now,
great.
Interesting enough, Jeff, as you know, there is a lot of artists, correct, painters that paint using either Illustrator or Photoshop, correct? Remember, Photoshop is not only for photography; it always was for people that do art. correct?
Yep. Yeah.
Tho-
Yeah.
Those people,
The desktop publishing app. It's for everything, magazines, newspapers,
exactly.
whatever.
So those people are more at risk with these AI generated images because that comes very much in an overlap, correct? The people that make their living, hey, I need illustrate a book and I need this and that. Those people, those are the ones that are, I mean, their livelihood is more at risk, correct? With these AI generated images. I mean, for
Yes.
us, we don't make money out of this, correct? And the
No.
experience, you don't get experience. Certainly, the 3 hours in, taking my coffee, watching the nest boxes that I put around the garden, it's not the same 3 hours that we spend here in front of the computer, correct?
No, so sometimes the other is more interesting. But I want to address a comment that Moki made. It is the last comment on there. He said, that being said, I may still see something different from David looking at the exact same scene. But one thing I do a lot is I'll shoot a composite. Like I'll have a sunrise and it'll take me an hour and a half to shoot the sunrise. And when I put it together, I'll take a bit from one picture and a bit from a second and a bit from a third. And it'll all be on the same from the exact same place with the camera on the tripod, and I put the things together so that I get what I want, what I see in my mind of how the sunrise was. And so that I'll have the light coming off the buildings and the light from the sky, and I'll change them around to get what I like. But that's definitely not AI, because I'm putting that together myself.
No. And sometimes, like when you're doing, let's say you're doing bracketing, okay, your camera still can't distinguish tonality and the range of the dynamic range that your eyes can. Okay,
They're getting better though.
so
They're getting close.
if you bracket and then merge those images together, I don't see that as an AI, because they were you're basically trying to compensate for limitations of the technology.
As long as it doesn't become overly colourful and obvious.
Yeah, I mean, when you do HDR and you get carried away with it, then it doesn't look like a real photo anymore.
Exactly, it doesn't look fake. But David, you're doing DI, David intelligence.
David intelligence.
Well, it's like I say, it's the way I see it in my mind.
Exactly. No,
Yeah.
I mean, it's okay. Remember the issue we talked the other day when I showed those composite, correct? You take one frame and you take several frames and combine them. That's in reality is just 5 frame combined. Correct?
Well, it's something like HDR, except that rather than to go bang, 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 I go bang, then in a half an hour, I take the second, and in a half an hour later, I take the third. Except in the meantime, I take a couple hundred more to choose from. It's the same thing as HDR, only different. Doing it manually.
Unfortunately, going back to circle here the argument, Jeff, is inevitable, correct? We are using it already. It's inevitable. It's like in many things, it's at the discretion of the users.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying that no one has a right to use it. You have a right to do whatever you want to do. I'm just saying, I'm not going to not go out and capture a real image of the subject and just talk into a computer and say, put an image of an eagle with a 2 foot long fish in its talons, flying over the water, and have it create that for me, and then not reveal that it's a fake image and try to sell it as a photograph.
By the way, I see Mookie Mac is making a good point. That's why all these, and I'm surprised that we haven't seen it already in some of the firmwares that we have got, is the authentication, correct? And keeping track of what happened to the image. I tell you,
I think the camera manufacturers, there's been talk about them, a consortium of camera manufacturers trying to come to an agreement on having it so you have, like you just said, for photo, especially for journalism, to make sure to verify that what you see in the newspaper is what was there, not what somebody made it look like.
And there are seeing some camera manufacturers that already implemented it. I don't know exactly which is it. And it was rumored, correct, that the latest C8, C9 firmware will come with that already. And by the way, you use Photoshop, correct? If you want to, let's say you have a branch or something that you want to remove, correct? You can remove it with a removal tool, or you can use a cloning tool, correct?
Yeah,
that's fine. If you use the little prompt in the bottom that you lasso, let's say, the branch, and then you use that generated field, which actually take your image and artificially generate the removal of that branch, correct? That actually, when you save that photo gets saved with a message that was AI modified. So
that's a good thing.
That's a good thing, correct?
Yeah.
So you have two options. You can edit your, let's say, a dot spot the old-fashioned way, which is a little bit of AI, but it's a minor modification, or you can use the more computer intensive, which is done in the clouds, correct? But that put a stamp on your image. Hey, you use this other tool, correct?
Yeah, that's why I watermark with Photoshop 2014. Get around that. Yeah, that's what does my watermarking on all my pictures is Photoshop 2014. I've got to keep a computer that's got it because it has the tool, because it'll actually put the number for the photograph on the as part of the watermark. That's how I can tell which camera I use for all of this stuff, because they're all unique.
Yeah. No, I think but it's inevitable, correct? In the actual digits, in the zeros and one, there will be a code that is kept with an image authentication. I think the sooner we see that, the better. Okay.
Yeah. Well, yeah. It's if it's in the metadata.
No, the metadata. It's actually it's in the photo.
Yeah. And it'll have to be in certain software, because the software manufacturer will have to do the guaranteeing, that the photo hasn't been changed.
That's what that image authentication consortia, because it's a consortia, had designed and is being implemented. I think as soon as it comes, I mean, I don't have the details here, but it was rumored that was going to come with this latest C8, C9 firmware, and you cannot take it. It's there, and every time you take the image, it add, hey, these additional things were done to the image.
Yeah. Well, I can safely say that my Aurora photography that I shot this morning was unaltered.
Exactly.
Not even cropped.
Yeah, because it wasn't. You wanted it even wider. So you weren't looking to crop it because you wanted it even wider.
And the smoke from the forest fires in BC moved in, so I may be staying home tonight. We'll see.
Oh.
We got a 1 kilometer visibility. We got 6 kilometers visibility at the airport.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, yeah, and he's not helping.
Yeah, he's not helping. Yeah.
Oh.
Well, we'll move on here. I mean, it's just where that's all this tech stuff. It's just like you say, you know, you're not going to stop it from happening. It's just like, okay, some people hate electric cars. They absolutely hate electric cars. They don't want one. They don't want to buy one. They want gasoline cars forever. And that is fine that you think that way. There's nothing wrong with that. But the bottom line is the industry is going to decide what they choose to make. And if the industry decides to go a certain way, no matter what I want or you want or somebody else wants isn't necessarily going to matter, because it's just like things change and things, you know, progress. And there are obviously lots of things that happen in life where we don't necessarily look at it as progress. Sometimes we look at it as intrusive, or you're going the other way, or you're going the wrong way. And but as they say, you know, SHIT happens, and you and I don't have much to say, much that we can do to stop it. Progress is just going to keep going on. It's just like, you know, all the scariness of, you know, is what you see in the Terminator movies going to happen in real life? Well, it could happen in real life, but are we smart enough to not let that happen? And
Of course not.
we probably are not. We are not as smart as we like to think we are, and we don't seem to learn our lessons from things that have gone wrong in the past. We're very good about repeating our mistakes. So,
although sci-fi is always bad, correct? Because nobody's going to make a sci-fi movie when everything is peachy in the future, correct? So
but when you think about it, how many sci-fi movies have turned into science fact? Right?
they do some aspects of it.
Some aspects of it, like, you know, being in space. You know, you had 2010: A Space Odyssey, and you're in an orbiting. You know, I mean, that was way ahead of its time. You know, and now you got space stations up there and things like that. So, you know, eventually, some of this stuff. You say, gee, that was predicted in a book that was written. Look at H.G. Wells or whatever, right?
Well, I've got my communicator here.
Exactly.
Is it flip up one?
Oh, it opens.
Does it speak Klingon?
No, but it will translate.
It will translate.
Yeah, they do now.
Yeah, because you know, I had to do a translation from Chinese to English, and it worked really well. You know, so
hey, we have another Canadian that wants to come in. I don't know. Usually one on the show is all I can handle. Two can be difficult.
Could be worse. It could be two Aussies.
But we do need to lower our average age here, so I'll bring in the young guy.
The question is whether he's in Canada or in the U.S. in New York.
Yeah, he's in New York, right? You in New York now?
Yeah, last night New York, guys. I only got 10
He's
minutes.
been downgraded.
Calling to say hi to everyone.
He's probably going to all the bars doing karaoke.
they can't handle this fire. No,
They can't.
It's too much. But how you guys doing? How's everyone's nights?
Hey, it's good. It's good. It's the week of recovering from our photo review, which is pretty demanding.
Yeah, no, that's a harrowing effort you guys put on.
You know, we somehow make it through that, and it's difficult but extremely rewarding. I would not want to ever see that go away. But then when the next week comes, it's like a downer. It's like, oh man, you know, we did show some images tonight, and we got some. Roy sent in a Mother's Day image, and Gustavo, you have some to share. So for before, you know, the few women that are on the chat, wish you wish those of you a happy Mother's Day. Wish our spouses a happy Mother's Day. And if we're lucky enough where our moms are still alive, I wish them a happy Mother's Day. It's like my wife, I said, well, we're going to go and buy some flowers to put around the house tomorrow, for Mother's Day, and we'll go to the landscaping place and we'll pick out some stuff to spruce up the yard a little bit or whatever and make it look a little bit less dreary. Although as long as I don't touch the plants, they might live for a little while, but if I look at them too long, they will die.
I tell you, the price of the flowers, the cut flower, were expensive. Sometimes I like to
Especially today.
buy. So next week I will buy some cut flowers, but this week, well, it was expensive, man, in the supermarket.
Oh yeah, they take advantage of it. I'm going to throw up the picture Roy sent me, and then if you want to share yours, Gustavo, we'll do that.
I will.
And then, like I told people, and I'll remind them in the chat, if you have any pictures that represent Mother's Day to you, send them to me. I'll put my email up again, and I'm going to put up Roy's image and let him talk
one of those
about
colorized black and white ones from the 50s.
Exactly. Family member, Roy?
My wife's mother.
All right.
A very strong woman.
Australian too?
No, Greek.
All right.
So if she got mad at you, Roy, she threw plates at you, right?
Yes.
Roy, did she help you understand that the root of every word is Greek?
Yeah, tried to.
But look at the texture in the background. I guarantee you that was done. The photo didn't have that. That's
No.
that's the AI.
Believe it or not,
50s AI.
I have some. I should actually maybe if I take a break to get something to drink or something, I'll take a picture off the wall and hold it up to the camera. And I've told this story before, had an elderly gentleman come and take pictures of my children when they were very young. And he did colorizing. Okay. He took a black and white image and then he colorized it by hand. And we did talk about this, like, I don't know, a couple shows ago. I found something about the different techniques you could use for colorizing.
That's why I sent it in.
And, so I'll take that off the wall later, and I'll hold it up to the screen so you can see, something that I had done. Let's say at this point, probably 33, 34 years ago, something like that. And this gentleman was like sad that he was going to be retiring from doing that, and he had no one to share that knowledge with, to keep that technique going, like no one wanted to learn it, which was sad.
It's common with a lot of trades, though, isn't it?
So,
yeah.
So Roy, you're a brave man, because that lady looked very serious.
She's looking into Roy's soul and she's not liking what she's seeing.
Exactly.
And if the plate didn't get you, then she'd throw the knives and forks at you, I think.
Exactly.
The root of every.
And that was done in Greece, or that was done somewhere else, Roy?
I have no idea where it was going. I just found the picture a long time ago and I digitized it. But I've tried photoshopping black and white to color, and it's a lot of work. But there's new AI website that does it. It'll colorize any black and white picture for you. I just can't remember it offhand.
Fantastic.
Very cool.
Very good. Very good.
A lot of work coloring black and white.
Yeah. But it has definitely like a unique work, and that's kind of like, you took a photo as your base, and then you enhanced it with pastels or watercolors or whatever your technique was.
All right. So I'm sharing here Mother Nature with a nature.
Oh, you put a different spin on it.
Of course.
Of course, I should have known better. I should have known. I should have known better.
So actually, these are also a very serious mother. This is American Badger, correct? And this is actually the first time I photograph an American Badger family, which is not that easy to see. And that was done in Yellowstone National Park. Actually, it was done in 2005, so that's a little error there. That was done with the D100, correct?
I had the D100. Yeah,
Exactly.
that had like a postage stamp screen on the back.
Exactly. And that one, I mean, the D100 actually was the one that convinced me this digital SLR is serious, correct?
Yeah.
So I remember taking a photo of my son in the swimming pool when we were living in Louisiana, and then I look at that photo and say, okay, I'm moving to the DSLR for sure. So this was done in 2005, right? It was done using Nikon 500 mm f4P lens, which probably none of you have heard about. Probably Roy, yes, of course. The P lens, which was a manual focus, correct?
Yes.
So that was my second long telephoto lens. And I tell you, when I got that lens, I really like. By the way, the framing. Sometimes when I want to see would this look nice, printed and framed, I put a fake frame that I do in Photoshop to see how it will look, correct? I used to do that a lot more before I do the kind of year printing of the photos that year, correct? But this is an awesome mom. And it was done in 2005. First time I saw one of those creatures. Let me see if I can advance without losing you guys completely. And we will see. So because despite how fearful they are extremely caring about the badgers, the kittens, as they call. Right? All right. So,
Some scary looking kittens.
Yeah,
Oh, God.
I wouldn't go up and pet them.
no, for sure not. Only a Wolverine will be more fearful than that. So this is a photo of an elk with their fawn, okay, crossing a river in Yellowstone, okay, and these pictures, all these pictures that you see here, I have them printed around the house, correct, and this was all. Here we have progressed on years, correct. Now actually in 2007. Correct. The other one was 2005.
D200 now. Now you're up to the D200. Yeah.
And this was taken with the 80 to 200 millimeter f2.8D lens. Okay. And this was a case, for whatever reason, the animals like to cross this river in the spring. And the river is, is running fast. Okay. So I remember being in this pull out in Yellowstone. And this mama elk with a couple of fawns, and that fawn got taken by the river, hundreds of meters, and then the mom had to go and rescue him on the other side. So as soon as I got out of the cold water, okay, feeding time in front of everybody there. Right? So I like this photo again. You can see we could do good photos, manual focus, as I showed you before. By this time, it was out of focus, okay? But you probably don't see too much here. But one of the things that I like is the mama is taking the toe out of the water, and there is this trickle of water coming out of her foot, correct?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that's for us wildlife photographers. That's why if you have something dynamic that it gets static there, that's okay. So Mother's Day, elk mothers are also nice. So let me go back here.
I gotta run, guys. Gustavo, killer photos. Sorry, guys, I gotta run. I gotta go say bye to the family here before we get ready to pack. So great seeing you all.
Hey,
We'll see you guys next week, and yeah, have a great week, guys. Good seeing you.
Take it
hey,
easy,
Joey.
bro.
Thanks, guys.
Have a safe trip home.
Thanks, appreciate it. We'll see you when we get back. Yep. Bye-bye.
Okay, take care.
Bye.
All right. So now we progress. Now we're in 2009.
Oh no, that's a D300.
D300. Now this is taken with my I didn't sell the 500P. That's actually out of the F mount. That's the one that I still keep. Okay. For nostalgia purpose because it's manual, so it's not going to go bad. But this I moved from the 500P to the 500 F4D.
Yeah,
And that was a big change, correct? Because really, you could do. And actually, this was taken here in my home. By that time, I've already moved here from Louisiana to Colorado, correct? And these guys were just close to the. I think it's a little ravine where the mama was hiding the cubs. Okay? Again, great moms, so very dedicated to their sons and daughters here. All right, now we're going to change gear a little bit, and we're going to show flowers. Okay, and actually, it was I was exchanging some emails with Jim, and I remember he mentioning that he was photographing the rockets out of, I think it was the Brandenburg uh, Air Force place in California. And actually, I remember that I visited Lompoc, which is the town nearby. And at that time, there were some cultivated fields, correct? So this is cultivation of flowers in the field. So it's not like Holland where you have only tulips. Here you have all the colorful flowers, correct? And actually, Roy, this was taken in 2012, so we have progressed. Now I'm photographing with the D7000,
7,000.
but then I use the PCE 45 millimeters. Okay, that lens I still have, and I still keeping my uh, perspective corrected lenses because they have one big advantage. Correct, when we talk panels, remember we got a problem with parallax. Correct, if you move your panel, you can correct for the parallax, but you have to calculate where the nodal point of the lens is. Correct.
They're a
With a
nice 19 millimeter. I always
you don't
wanted
need
to.
that. You just move it to one side, and it's the best stitch panel the way you want it. So this is a 3-image panel, right, with a PC 45 to the left, middle, to the right. Right?
Yep,
And
easy.
at that time, you get a beautiful. I mean, if I can, I probably cannot do it here, but you can zoom in this image in, and you still got tremendous amount of detail. Right? So,
Because it doesn't need correction, it ends up very sharp.
oh yes, those two, the PC lenses, and that's what I wonder if I ever would buy an equivalent lens for the mirrorless, because I don't think they're going to be autofocus to begin with. So they cannot be. These lenses are fantastic to begin with, right? And these lenses are, like you were saying, Jeff. These are no lenses that you're going to use for something quick, right? You see behind that PC lens, and you have to move this knob and move this other and rotate this thing. It's not something for going quick. All right, and the
No,
Depends how
final
much you
one,
use them.
slows you down. Nothing wrong with being slowed down sometimes.
exactly, but it's a different thing, correct?
Yeah.
So the last one here is, if I can find it. Hold on a second. It moved. All right, so I need to move this. It's actually another buyer, correct? So there is a story here, correct? Right. This is why people that want to do this animal photography, you have to be patient, correct, and be prepared to react. So many of you know, and this year I'm not going, but I almost go every year to Yellowstone one time, correct? So look at the photos. The first photo of the same condition, scene, was taken in 2005. And I had to wait until 2018 to see the same again. Now, at a time, have a progress, and now I'm shooting with the D850. Right? So much better camera, but you can see again the same level of cuteness, correct? And the model, the same destination. Locally, this location, correct, in 2018 was not that far from that location that I took in 2005. Right? So I had to go so many times before I was able to, because I mean, when you are there in the park, you know, hey, there is a badger den here. And did you go one time and you spend 3 hours? You may see the mom and you don't see any more, nothing else. You have to keep going and going and going. And you have sometimes to wait for 2005 to 2018 to be able to have the same kind of encounter. And that's what I wanted to share, guys. I share something else later on, but I mean, so it took us from the 2005 to the 2018, from the D100 to the D850.
Mookie's asking if one of the zoom the lens you had, if it was a push-pull D lens.
I think so. I didn't like actually that lens that much, but it was very versatile, correct?
I didn't like the push pull either.
Yeah, it was like it didn't grow, but you had to move the focus ring
Yeah,
up and down. It was a pain in the
like a
butt.
trombone.
I'm gonna step away for a minute to use the restroom, get something to drink. I'll be right back.
All right.
You guys.
So I can go here in the meantime, Jeff. Let me see if I can grab it. Oops. And we can look at. Let me move the thing a little bit up. I can go and we can go to this photo, and we can zoom in a little bit.
I like PC lenses, tilt shift.
Mhm.
Very useful.
You can see this, correct?
Yeah.
I mean,
Zoomed in on the flowers. The good thing about tilt shift is you can drop the focus wherever you want it instead of it having to be parallel to the lens.
Exactly. You can tilt it and make it parallel to, in this case, or as parallel as you can to the landscape, correct? But you can see how, I mean, about this is competing with pixel shift, correct? I mean, you can look at that detail.
I don't like pixel shift. It's too much work.
Exactly.
Everything has to be absolutely still. And
Yeah.
But you have one.
I
I
would
think
use the-
you have one that is different from the one that I have, Roy. I think I have the 20. I had the 45 and the 24, correct? And you have the 90, correct?
I've got the 85 and the 24
Exactly.
and the 35.
Exactly. I think this
And
is 45. If I correct, yes, this is 45 millimeter.
I used to use the 85 a lot because I used to do a lot of product shots. It saves a lot of photo stacking if you can drop the focus where you want it.
So I actually went and because Jim reminded me of Lompoc and say, oh, I remember going there and seeing all these fields of flowers there in California. Now for this one, you could not, no cropping. You could not do any cropping with this. You can see if you zoom in on this one, the image will fall pretty quickly. Oh, it's not letting me. So let me stop chatting here so we can talk. So any question, guys? So anyway, things are becoming easier, right? From the D100, but the D100 was game changer, Jeff.
I had the
You
D70
get to see
before
how
that.
many.
but,
You got to see how many different cameras Gustavo went through in a relatively short period of time.
Hey, I have been going around this photography of nature for quite a while.
I'm going to show you that colorized shots that this older gentleman did, and this was a long time ago. I don't know how well it's going to show up on the screen, but
he did a good job. That's a lot of work.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
a lost art, as they say. Notice the shadow, the hand on shadowing
Mm.
and everything. I mean, just really nice job with the kids when they were young.
Compared to my mother-in-law, that's very professional. It
Well,
doesn't have that colorized look, though.
You know,
but that has advanced a few years, correct? So this was done in what year, Dave, Jeff?
oh man, this was
These-
probably like in the late 80s.
Mm.
Late 80s.
Not many people doing it then.
No.
Amazing. And you say that this was who are the members of the family there, Jeff?
The one in the red sweater is my oldest son Michael, and the younger one is the Brian, my younger son Brian.
Okay.
They're both in their 30s.
Wow.
One was born in 85, and one was born in 89.
They are very different on the style of coloring, like
It doesn't look the same as the older ones.
Yeah.
Looks very convincingly color.
Yeah. But anyway, it was interesting to have done. It's the only image that I have. I probably have actually some old, I think maybe some of either my mother-in-law's wedding pictures or my parents' wedding pictures. There may have been a few that got colorized way back in the day.
We didn't see colorized much after the 60s.
Yeah.
And that was surprising that you did it that much late in the 80s. No wonder this guy was the last of the Mohicans, as you say.
He was the last of the Mohegans. Yeah. I mean, and I mean, it helped him, make some extra revenue because he didn't have a lot of competition. Let's put it that way. If you liked what he did, you paid for it. You paid for it. He did it. Let's see what else do we got here, because I did. So this was those who get into Nikon's financials. It looks like they purchased Red for $85 million was the going rate. Most would say that was a great deal. Their finances for last year, which ended in March, were solid. The imaging products business revenue was up 23.2%, and operating profit was up 10.3%. Now that isn't as high as it was the year before, but then you got to remember that they bought a lot of their own stock back. They spent a lot of money buying back their own stock. That's
always a good sign.
They bought that company that does the
Robotics.
the robotics
The
company.
Cash King.
the red, and they bought the 3D printer that uses metal, that does metal. So they invested a lot in their business growth, and they still, made what a decent profit. And unlike what some people used to say, they're not in any risk of going under. So all those comments were some people apparently wanted that to happen, but that ain't going to happen anytime soon.
By the way, the 85 million, as you said, didn't look like that much money to me.
No.
That must be. I think probably the other manufacturers are kicking themselves in the rear, correct? Because 85 million is a good price for all that I know
A
it's
very
not a big
creative
company
company.
with a lot of employees, but wow, 85 million. Nowadays with you have these .com companies that go for billions and they don't
And then
do
they go
anything.
bankrupt.
Yeah. Now, if someone can find out how this statement is true, Nikon Rumors, they were talking about this brand called Next Storage. CFE Type B cards were on sale, they said. Had a maximum read of 1,950 megabytes per second, maximum write of 1,900 megabytes per second, with a minimum sustained write speed of 1,800 megabytes per second. So a card like that is more than sufficient for any frame rate on any high-end mirrorless camera. Now, they said this was through the Next Storage Amazon store, 330 gigabyte card, 50% off for $179.99. Now, I went on Amazon.
I bought 2 of them. I bought 2. They never arrived. They refunded
I
them.
went on there today, and I did not see, unless this was a one-day sale only, because this thing came out on May 9th. I went in there today looking for that price, and they were $359.99. They were not $179.99. So I don't know if this sale was like a. It didn't say when it was effective. He published the content on the 9th, and I looked it up today on Amazon, and I in all different ways, and the only card that met this read write speed and everything was selling for $359.99. It wasn't marked down.
Well, when they were on sale, I bought 2 of them, and they never arrived.
Never got them, huh?
Never got them.
Canceled your credit. Canceled it, I hope, through your credit card company.
Yes. I just thought I'd try them.
So yeah, if somebody else tried to buy those, and if you had any luck, or if you're able to go in there and find out where this price is posted on Amazon, let us know, because I did not. And I agree, Mookie. Yeah, the 1,800 megabytes per second is going to meet all the criteria for the Z9.
Most of my guys are Delkin, so I'm not worried. But just thought I'd try something different.
Yeah, I mean, if I found it, I thought about buying a couple of them for that price, because it would do the job. Now, Nikon Rumors almost stated that the Z6 III will not be released in 2 weeks, as it's implied on the internet. I'm not sure where that was stated on the internet, but they're saying it was from the internet, was saying the Z6 III was going to come out in the next 2 weeks, and they're saying the earliest is going to be the end of June, and that could change. And then they list some reasons why that could change.
Amongst the reviewers, though, that some reviewers have actually got them, because I know a reviewer that has one. He wouldn't share, though.
So they're saying the reasons why it may go past even June is that, quote unquote, Nikon's doing extensive additional testing to make sure they don't have any recalls like they had on the Z8 and the Z9.
Good idea.
Impossible.
Yeah. And that Nikon is still doing great financially. There's no need to announce a new camera to increase revenue. and then and Nikon Rumors. I don't necessarily agree with this. They still believe that Red's acquisition has something to do with the announcement being pushed out. I don't think that has anything to do with the announcement being pushed
Total
out.
separate company.
Yeah, and then it says now this I can maybe agree with. The Z6 III won't be announced while there's still significant rebates going on the Z6 II. You know, trying to get rid of the old inventory. That may be some truth in that. Now there was a person that commented on Nikon Rumors. And this is a little bit of a long-winded discussion I'm turning this into, but there was a commentator on Nikon Rumors that stated the following opinion by Tom Hogan. And Tom Hogan stated he said the reason Nikon didn't introduce a camera so far this year is that no new ones are ready to release yet. He says Nikon isn't alone in this. He says I've now gotten confirmation from 3 different companies that there is and are still part shortages that are forcing them to choose between producing existing models or new models. He says, given in Nikon's case that almost any new model they'd introduce this year is going to cost less than a Z8 or a Z9, those parts are better used in the higher priced cameras, even if you discount them some. So I don't know.
Right.
That's an interesting theory. You know, if a Z6 III was going to share some parts that are,
I don't think there's that many part shortages anymore, though.
you know, I mean, he's implying that he has sources that say that there are still some part shortages, but who knows? You know what? You know when we find out is when it's announced.
But if we take Roy, which is a first-hand account, that camera is out there.
It's out there. The Z6 III is out there.
Out there.
Amongst the reviewers, and it looks like a non-retro ZF.
Exactly.
So,
They're not going to be able to keep this until June. I think,
Yeah.
Remember all these rumors? They had to keep the rumor mill going. Otherwise, they run out of business.
Yeah. Have you heard anything wink wink about a Z7 III?
nothing. I don't think we need it. There's so many cameras that do it already. We don't need it.
Roy, you could tell us. We won't tell anybody.
Nobody listens to the show.
Yeah, nobody watches this show anyway, so there's no risk.
Z90 is interesting too. A Z90. They're talking about. I haven't heard anything about that, but there's rumors about it.
But if the Z6 III is out there, like Roy,
it's out there amongst the reviewers already.
They are not going. That
so
means
it won't be long now.
They are not going to hold that for 2 months. I mean,
they did with the Z8. Kept it for a couple of months.
Yeah,
they're probably building up stocks.
Woody just joined us. Woody Mallory says he fell asleep waiting for the Celtic game to come on, and he just woke up. Well, welcome. So apparently there was and we've those who read all the rumor stuff would already know this. But not everybody reads it, and I'm not always good at following it all the time either. Is some publication called FD Times. They had an interview with the new CEO of Red, which is KG Oishi. I might pronounce that probably horribly, but I'm trying. And Red's founder, James Gennard, and they basically just rehashed what was on some of the interviews that were done with some people that are in the cinematic universe creating content. And of course, you know, the new CEO just said that they, you know, are looking forward to having a Red camera with a Z mount, and they want to introduce Red cameras with a Z mount as an option in the future, in addition to the RF mount that's currently offered. But they state it could take a couple of years. They'll also look forward to the synergies with MRMC, mainly in the cinema and broadcast field, and that's the That's
Robotics.
the robotics business that they bought. That they have these fantastic setups like at Major League Baseball parks where they have multiple cameras and arms and all this stuff, and getting every angle of the baseball field, having full coverage with the cameras and the
That'd
lens.
go well with red, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Won't affect Nikon much, though.
No. And then he's also talking about a new line, talking about on whether there will be a new line of Nikkor cinema lenses. And he says, in the future, we would like to take these different approaches into consideration for an additional cinema lens lineup if we have a chance. I think there's more of a chance that they are definitely going to do a cinema line. I find it would be very foolish on their part to invest in buying a cinema camera company and not wanting to put Nikon glass on it.
Most of the current Z lenses are pretty good for video already.
Yeah, so they'll do it. I mean, but it won't be tomorrow, but they'll do
Nothing
it.
urgent, is there?
No, and then they said, and this might have ruffled some feathers, that Nikon and Red manufacturing will not be combined for now. We will not combine and keep it as it is. We will not combine it, and we'll keep it as is for now. Of course, we are considering the possibility of injecting Nikon's production technology into Red's at some point. There's no big change so far in terms of integration, but we will inject something new into Red manufacturing. And people should look at that as a positive, because obviously Nikon creates a much larger quantity of products than Red does. Okay, your Red products are much more pricier for a much more select audience, have a much higher price point, but they don't manufacture anywhere near the quantity of anything that Nikon does. So if Nikon could share their improved manufacturing techniques to help lower the cost of manufacture on the Red products, and that's all a good thing. Whether they pass that cost savings on to the consumer, however, time will tell. They may just take it as a increase in profit margin rather than passing on the cost savings to the consumer. We all know how that works.
Yeah, they don't have any manufacturing
on the Red's global shutter. Red have got a very nice global shutter.
They don't have any manufacturing here in the U.S. So there is no way to combine it. They can do the processes of the standard operating procedures, but it looks like Red is almost like hand built. Correct?
Well, yeah, but when I worked in the aerospace industry, we experimented with pull lines and things like that, where you would have all the part. You wouldn't start the job until you had all the parts. You had no part shortages. You'd have a pull line set up, and you might have your product might be on a set of rails, okay, mounted on a fixture. And it would go to the first operation. That person would do that we'd have let's say they did what we call op 10, 20, and 30. So the first person, and it would all, because each set of ops have a different amount of time. So you would try to have it so each operator did a operation or a number of operations that would be basically equal in time to the next person that was going to get the product. So maybe the first person did op 10, 20, 30 because they weren't long operations. They would then push the product, move the product over to the next person who would inspect their work that they just did. They might do only 40 and 50 because those take longer. Okay. Then that would get moved to the next person who would now inspect that person's work. And so you were always having another set of eyes inspect the work as it went along. And because you started the job with all your parts there, no part shortages, you could move product through that way. Even though it was manual assembly, okay, it was not done with machinery. you could move the product through extremely efficiently, very cost effectively in doing that. And not a lot of companies use that methodology.
Well,
So-
Henry Ford invented that, correct?
Yeah. So if Red doesn't do that and Nikon does, they could pass that learning experience on how to set up those pull lines for making the Red products. So
But that assembly line technique that was first, probably not completely invented, but it was used by Henry Ford, correct?
He
correct.
probably perfected it, but it's been around
Been
much
around
longer
for
than that.
a
Springfield
long
Rifles
time.
had it too, and
Exactly.
Yeah.
some,
But the Japanese, remember, they big introduction that they make to that assembly line type of is the quality assurance portion.
yes,
Right.
these military quality assurance techniques.
And that's what that line is about, because instead of doing a whole bunch of operations, instead of one person doing a whole bunch of operations and then having to make sure, and then turning it over to having an inspection point where an inspector is going to inspect a whole bunch of operations at one time, you're still going to have inspection points. But the thing is, you are also having another set of eyes inspecting it as you're building it in place. So your risk of that inspector finding anything wrong is going to be slim to none, because you have all these sets of eyes looking at very small amount of steps being done as you go down the road. And
The
it does
trouble with
work
mass
pretty good.
production is they only test one in so many. They don't
Yeah,
test them all.
it doesn't work good if the company cheats and they try to run the line with part shortages, because part shortages screw you up. You got to write all these procedures, the work go out of sequence, and you create a paperwork nightmare, and you create a whole new set of problems. So you have to be very disciplined in doing that kind of approach to manufacturing. And a lot of companies don't have that discipline, because the reality is a lot of managers don't have that discipline, because they're like, we got to get these orders out. I don't care if we have part shortages. You're going to go as far as you can go with what you have. You're going to start now. You're going to, it's not
And they accept a certain amount of failure parts as well.
yeah, it's not
shouldn't be
a effective, efficient way of doing your process. But anyway,
So the question for you, Jeffrey, will be interesting to know, correct? Is how much of that assembly line, let's say on the big production lines for Nikon CA-C9 in Thailand, how much of that is done by robots now?
well, I'm sure the thing is, those cameras, the cameras are so much different than, say, anything that I worked on in avionics or aerospace, because we had good size printed circuit cards that got made, okay, for the product. We had good size flex circuit cards. You're with cameras, you're talking extremely miniaturized devices that don't necessarily have a lot of parts. Like in terms of electronics, you're not going to have a board with thousands of components on it, because you'd never fit thousands of components in a camera. So you have a much different manufacturing methodology with something like that. So you may have some sub-assemblies. You could take a product and you could break it down into a handful of sub-assemblies, and you have one line doing a sub-assembly, and then you have three other lines doing other sub-assemblies, and then all those parts come together for final assembly, and they put them all together, and then they test the camera or whatever. So
cameras are more like mobile phones.
Yeah, it's
chip and everything.
That's going to be a lot. That's because, like I said, everything is so small. A lot of that stuff is really going to be hand labor, believe it or not. It's still going to be hand labor.
And then somebody had to load the software at one point.
Yeah. Well, see, it depends. Like in the old days, you used to have you had erasable proms, right? You had EEPROMs, and you had PALs, and you had, chips that you could program that you would embed the stuff in the chips, after you before you put them on the circuit board. They'd
Okay.
already be programmed. And so, like I said, an EEPROM was erasable, so you'd have like a special piece of tape over the window, so it wouldn't get erased. But then, if you had a change, you could erase the chip and reprogram it without removing it. And then you had other chips that the programming was built in, and if you had to change it, you had to remove the part and put in a whole new part.
Wow.
So you have different ways of doing it, and sometimes you have both methods being done on the same product. So yeah, it's I would say a lot of the camera stuff is done by hand, but like I said, I guarantee, I almost willing to bet they're using pull lines,
Okay.
and doing that kind of approach, and then if they do have anything that could be done with automated, that's automated, that would probably be a sub-assembly, and that would be done by in a different area. You know what I'm saying? A sub-assembly would just show up as part of the kit when they're putting it all together. But anyway, it's just interesting what
What
they
that
could
takes
do.
me to the old mechanical cameras. They're just a work of art and mechanics.
Yeah, mechanical stuff. That's, you look at the gears, the clutches, the springs, the
Amazing, it works so well.
yeah, the fact that they hold up so well I mean, you get a good, well-made mechanical camera. I mean,
Runs forever.
if it's used where the lubricants don't have a chance to solidify in the camera because they've been sitting around for 20 years in somebody's attic, if that camera's been used, somewhat frequently, it could be 50 years old and work pretty much as good as it
I've
did.
got older cameras than that.
What's that?
I've got older cameras than 50 years.
Oh yeah.
Usually the first thing to go on them is a light meter, electronics.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with having a manual camera where you got to get out a light meter app on your phone, or use a old style light meter,
Or use your brain.
Sunny 16 rule, or you just know from experience. Yeah, and what time of day is? Yeah, all right. You figure it out. There is an interesting story on Nikon Rumors that you guys might want to check out. It's not very long. It came out today. It's called A Month with the Nikkor Z400 millimeter f2.8 TC VRS lens. A very short but interesting article that has some really nice nature shots in it. Someone that got a chance to use the lens for a month, basically because he was trying to decide whether he wanted to invest in buying that lens or not, and obviously was a person who was well known enough to be able to have somebody get him that camera to use for a month period of time where he could test it out and try it out and see if
Great
it's
lens.
worth buying.
That's probably one of the best lenses Nikon's ever made, but it's still too heavy for me. I've got the old 400 and 2.8, and that's even heavier.
Yeah, there are a lot of you just look at the difference in the weight on these lenses now compared to 20 years ago. Of course, a lot of it's high-end plastic composites and stuff versus metal, which is a big reason why they're lighter. But
and the Chinese using plastic elements and.
Yeah. Now, do you know which? Roy? Do you know which camera, which Chinese brand? Is there a Chinese brand lens manufacturer that uses plastic lenses more than the other, or are all of them
really?
using
Even Fuji's using plastic in their lenses now. All their spherical lenses, the actual spherical parts, all plastic. which is really disappointing. I love Fuji lenses, but that's the 400 4.5, and that's tiny.
Yeah.
Let me bring it over.
That's the 400 4.5,
Yeah.
and do video with that and everything.
Yeah, Tim Mosman uses that a lot.
I do too. It's one of my favorite lenses. I prefer that to the 180 to 600 for most things. I've only got 3 lenses in downstairs. It's torture.
See, Roy. See, now you your physical therapy is your desire to go up and get your camera gear.
Oh yes, it certainly is.
Push you to go up and down those stairs.
3 flights of stairs. Very attractive.
Yeah, that's a bit much for you right now.
It is. 3 stairs would be enough.
I need to take this guy here. You cannot see that he wants to go out. But before, let me show you this, and then you tell me. This little gadget is useless or useful? Do you figure out when I'm not here what it is?
Is that like a free gift that you got going to a show? What do you guys think that is? Do you think that's a transmitter, or do you think it's just a baggage tag for your luggage?
It's got Nikon on it, so it must do something. Nikon sent me some. Where are they? XQDs.
They sent you
Which
some.
I still use XQDs. They're still faster than SDs.
Yep.
Nothing wrong with it using XQDs.
Oh, Robert's saying it's a lens cloth. Yeah, that could be. That's right. They had it like in a little pouch. Like a little pouch. I remember that. You're going to win the prize, Robert, even though we don't have any prizes to give away. You get a mention on the show. I'm gonna tell Gustavo that your guess is a lens cloth. I think you're right.
Well, if Robert wants to claim his prize, he's got to go over to Jeff's place to pick it up.
Yeah.
I'm going to think of some really weird Nikon piece of equipment that you'd never recognize. If I could get to them, I'd show you.
A small sandbag for a mini tripod.
Well, sandbag.
Oh, they made a terrible tripod, Nikon. It was cheap and crappy.
Robert says Greg Wilson had it too. Yeah, that could be. Or Mosman's saying it's a rain cover. Okay, so we got lens cleaning kit, rain cover, or lens cloth. Right.
A raincoat for a mouse.
Raincoat for a mouse, yeah. A miniature, raincoat to put on your outdoor critters that you're trying to take pictures of in the rain. Hey, we'll make you more comfortable. Here, put this on. And it says Nikon on it.
Years ago, Minolta used to make a lot of the accessories for Nikon as well, and rebadge them.
I still miss Minolta. Oh God,
I do too.
I love
Very
them.
creative company.
Some
of those old companies were absolutely brilliant. I didn't deserve the fate they got.
No. I mean, some of them were just they couldn't adapt quick enough to when electronics got in cameras. They weren't able to react quick enough to respond to the market, and they just died out, you know. Okay, Gustavo, you want the guesses?
Uh-huh.
This is from the chat now.
Okay.
The first, you got Robert. Robert from Connecticut said lens cleaning kit or lens cloth.
Okay.
And Mosman says it's a rain cover. I thought the lens cloth, I remember seeing something like that size that was a Nikon lens cloth that they were giving away at booths.
And Mookie said that it's a bag for a mini tripod. Actually,
Is anybody right?
yes, it's the kind of product when you are going through, B&H, and you try to buy something and say people that bought this also bought this other thing. And I was looking for lens wipe,
Yeah.
which I carry in my bag. And by the way, there were no, and I bought a box of lens wipe, correct, which I always carry here in my desk at hand. And they have this little bag of a lens cloth. Now, my wife thinks that this is completely useless, but I think it's useful. And let me show you why. Because the way it's packed, correct? So you have your regular lens cloth, correct? That we have in our glass cases and in our bag. But the fact that you can fold it and put it in this little pouch is interesting because it keeps it clean, correct? So it's not so I think this was like $5 or something in B&H, one of those. I bought two of these, but the whole controversy was that my wife said, "You buying garbage."
Like garbage. Well, my wife thinks anything I buy photographic is garbage, to be honest with you.
And of
Okay,
course,
so
it's
for you-
Nico branded.
What do you think that is?
You got a
Box.
red box. A red box.
The
Oh.
Nikon watch.
A
Nikon watch.
Nikon watch.
Dead battery.
Off dead battery. So they sent it to you for free with the dead battery, huh?
Yeah, no, I've had it for years. So you get given these things at these events.
So I
If
think
you-
it was useful just because you can keep it clean, correct? I mean, you fold it, keep it nice and tidy attached to your one of the zippers of your bag, and then you have it always there.
Dave is saying there's a slightly bigger one that has lens cleaning solution in it as well.
Oh, okay.
So you're gonna have to go look that one up now and spend some
I
more
need to
money.
buy something else that is useful.
I don't think Nikon makes those sort of things anyway, so they've rebadged it.
Yeah. She said they're made by Spuds, SPUDZ. Ava's saying
Okay.
made by Spuds.
The potato company.
Yeah, the potato company.
Maybe that's what is the secret sauce of the lens cleaning solution.
Potato juice.
Exactly. So anyway, I think it was fun because my wife didn't like it at all because I offered her, hey, you can get one of these in your lens cases. And, I don't want one of those things.
I buy a lot of the Zeiss lens cleaning.
Yeah, that's what I have now.
I buy them from Amazon. I buy them like in boxes of 200.
Exactly.
Yep.
And I
Same here.
probably got 400 packets of, well, actually I got one open here. I probably got 500 packets of lens cleaning wipes in the house right now.
Zeiss make good ones.
Hey,
I don't think Nikon makes their own lens wipes, so
if he has some use, it woke up Mr. Tim here. So he show up when we have the fun stuff.
Well, he was at his girlfriend's mom's birthday party tonight, so he was and okay. David's got on his
Forecast.
laptop. Is that your laptop or is that your iPad
That's my iPad.
with a keyboard attachment?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, and that Calgary is in the green right now. It doesn't quite go down to Denver, but it's getting close there.
How's Melbourne doing?
Pardon?
Has Melbourne got any?
I don't. I got to have a look to see if.
I was
Can't
joking.
find it. Okay.
Jim-
Some of those lens cleaning kits.
No,
would be good.
You're nowhere near anything from Melbourne.
Well, worth a try. Got a clear night tonight and no aurora.
Well, it
So
should be
Jim-
daytime where you are. So
Sorry?
these things update every 5 minutes.
Well, it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon here.
Yeah. Yeah, so you're
we've got
gonna
a
have
long
to
time
wait till
till
it's
night
dark.
time.
Yeah.
I stick my head out the door and have a look anyway.
Yeah, so I'm going to have another look out because the last time I looked, I had a kilometer visibility because of smoke.
Wow.
Yeah, and if the KP is high, you're looking up, so smoke doesn't bother you. But if it's low, then you're looking horizontal, and the smoke buggers you up. So I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Just want to look outside.
Okay.
I do that
So
sometimes.
Jim's saying Jay Christina, he has a YouTube channel for those that have not watched him.
Okay.
He has lens cleaning kits that he likes. And then he followed up with another comment that he also has sensor cleaning kits that work good.
Okay.
And Mozman is on his way home right now. So he's the traveling man. The traveling.
He does that a lot, doesn't he?
And I'll tell you, we did a lot of. We were both hurting from when we went and walked the beach area for those skimmers because we were holding our lenses up, shooting for a long time, and I think we both we were both pretty sore. I mean, my back, between doing that and then doing the recent
Was that the 800?
with the 800, and then recently going on the ships the other, last week with Bob, going up and down the ladders on the aircraft carrier and doing a lot of walking like that. I've been putting a heating pad on my back every night for the last week, and it's still not right. So I'm not as young as I used to be, as they say.
That's why I'm liking these new light lenses.
Exactly.
They make a big difference.
And I'm with Gustavo. I've been on my the only, if I don't mention the 600 PF, if I don't mention the 600 PF, the only lens I had on my list for this year that I haven't bought it is the 21.8.
Yeah, that
Also
probably.
good lens. 600 PF's an amazing lens there.
It's when you've got the 1-4 and the 180-6 and you got the 500 PF and you got the 800 PF, do you really need the 600 PF? And Gustavo's going to do that. Yes, you do, Jeff. You need the 600.
So Jeff, how are you going to carry all of this stuff? You're going to have to get a wagon.
Yeah, I mean, the channel is very poor. I don't have money to hire a Steven to carry my gear for me.
It's funny because you tell an enthusiast brings everything they own with them. A professional just brings a beard, what they need, and a backup of everything.
Yeah.
You can tell the total difference in the philosophy of the two ways people work.
Yeah, I was using my 20 millimeter f1.8 last night, and it was too long. Just the same as my 15 was too long. So
now you just recently got that, right?
I recently got both of them. Well, the 15 I got in January, and my 20 I got it about a month ago, because I didn't think I was going to need the 20 until August.
Now, what brand's the 15? Is that an F-mount Nikon?
Nikon don't make an F-mount.
No, they don't make a 15. It's a Laowa.
Laowa.
Yeah, and it's completely manual, F2. And those pictures that you were shown tonight,
yeah,
that's what they were shot with.
Okay.
Since we're in the chopping hour time, let me show you actually what I do use for certain locations, like parks that I need to carry too much gear and I don't want to leave it in the car. This is what I use.
I was gonna say you should have Bob's not on the show to show you what he has.
Yep.
Yeah,
It's in my phone.
Bob has a cart that he pulls around with all his stuff in it.
Exactly.
That looks like a
An
baby
elderly
carriage.
walker.
That looks like a baby carriage.
Exactly. But this is actually.
Stand behind your chair there, Gustavo, so we can see it.
What I could do is I could shrink the rest of us here so we could see it better.
Oh
We
yeah.
need a bit of shrinkage.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So this one actually worked very well because sometimes you buy those carts and they have small wheels,
Yeah.
and if you try to go into the sand or grass, they don't function that well. But this one is a German make cart. Actually, the wheels are inflatable. Okay, so these roll very well. So anyway, so that's the solution, David.
And in a pinch, you could put your grandchild in it too.
Exactly. Well, the lenses are my kids at this moment, right? So anyway, this is a good thing to have. Jefferson Park, like you have to go to the, to that pier that you go with.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Because these will go in the beach and everything, correct? So anyway.
Yeah, but what Bob does is he attaches his wagon to his e-bike and he rides out to the pier with his e-bike.
That makes sense.
And then he's got to wait 30 minutes for me to show up walking.
I'll teach him.
There is a solution for everything.
Yeah. I've got, let's see, we're at midnight here. I don't have a lot more. I did do a few did you knows because I like to do the did you knows. Because I don't know. I find it's like a wacky way of entertaining myself. And then I force it on everybody else who comes on the show. But actually, David would like this one because he's talking about a lens that isn't wide enough. On the 11th of October of 2023, camera made its latest mark on the history of ultra wide angle lenses with the announcement of their RF 10 to 20 millimeter f4L IS.
I mentioned that lens.
That was the world's first rectangular, non-fisheye, ultra wide angle zoom lens for full frame cameras that could actually go to 10 millimeters.
Rectilinear.
Yeah. So there you go, David. You get that 10 to 20, get an adapter.
Nikon to make their version.
Get an adapter and you're all set, man.
Well, I'm going to use I'm going to use my 8 to 15 and I use Photoshop's lens
That's
correction.
fisheye though.
No, but use the Photoshop's lens correction and it's flattens it right out.
Loses too much resolution though.
Well, you can't have everything.
True.
Yeah.
Well, you can
something is better than nothing at all.
True.
Maybe not much, but anyway. Because I wouldn't go straight to 8. I'd probably stop at about 10 or 12. But
I'd like to see Nikon produce a rectilinear 10.
Yeah, they probably have a nice price to go with it too, so it'll stay in the store.
It's so useful though. I love ultra wides.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, so Ava's saying they got a good deal on the 14 to 28 2.8. Yeah, $400 off. My only issue with that lens is the size of the filters for it.
What size is that? 77? I know the curve.
Isn't that the Tamron version?
Yeah.
I think it's a Tamron version.
That the Tamron version? Oh, that's the one of the two Tamron / Nikon lenses that are out there.
One of them.
What's the other one? The 28 to 75 or something weird like that.
Yeah.
I think.
Great value, but not quite as good wide open as the Nikon lenses.
The issue for me on those kind of wide angle that have curve front elements,
Fisheye.
of course you can fix that, but I mean you can have is that typically I want to have a polarizer near hand for some
Yeah.
occasions, particular landscape, and then you cannot fit your regular polarizer on that lens that has a curved front element, okay?
No, you got to buy a special adapter and then
Exactly.
use the
They
square
need
square
slip-in filters.
filters.
The
To
old
me, it's
lenses
just too
have
much
slip-in
stuff.
filters.
Too much stuff getting thrown in your camera bag, you know.
Will
Well,
get broken.
yeah, I find that an f2.8 is too slow for what I do.
Mm.
That's why all my glasses is f2 are better. Like most is 1.8, and I got a bunch of 1.4.
Now for versatility, for sure. I mean, in your landscape and you want to. I mean, like we said,
No,
always. Right?
Astro needs fast glass.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, with if you were doing landscapes, like it's because of the type of landscapes you were doing. I mean, if you were doing early morning landscape shots, of mountains and trees and stuff like
Yes,
that,
stuff wouldn't matter.
you could get an f4 lens and just throw it on a tripod and you'd be fine.
You'd probably shoot f8 anyway.
Yeah, you'd be shooting at f8. Yeah, f8, at least f8. Yeah.
But what was in the F mount? It was also at 14 to 28, correct?
14 to 24.
24.
Yeah, and then they had was it 17 to 35?
16.
Yes. 16 to
So
35.
I think I still have that one, that the 14 to 24. And you would say that's an ideal lens for landscape, correct? Now, in my bag, I used to have a 20 millimeter 2.8, okay? Tiny 20 millimeter 2.8 that I bought long time ago. For whatever reason, when I wanted to take a landscape, I will grab it. I will put the 14 to 28 and work a little bit. And then I will switch it to that 20. And I like the images that I took with the 20. So it's, I don't know how to explain that, correct? But that lens.
Special lens. It's a special lens. I like the Voigtlanders too.
Robert says he's waiting for the Sigma 1414 art lens to come out in the Z mount.
I'd rather have the Voigtlander. I like fast glass.
Yeah. Tim just got a Voigtlander.
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 So what is that? That is a retro looking lens as well, Tim?
Most of Voigtlanders are manual focus.
It's a manual focus, all metal body lens.
But when you go really wide, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. He put it on a ZFC. He said that it perfectly balances weight-wise with the ZFC that he's got. He really likes it. He took it with him tonight. He took it with him tonight for the birthday party. So
they got a nice look to them, those Voigtlanders.
I mean, they're not cheap. I mean, you get their manual focus lenses. You could be paying close to. You can be paying $900 for them, depending on which one you get.
They're very well made. They're made by Casino, just like the Zeiss are.
Yeah.
And those are made where?
Japan. They used to be German, but now they're Japanese.
Yeah.
By Casino.
Yeah, Robert. Some of the images that he submitted for our photo review a while back. He had some street scenes at Christmas time, I think it was, in Connecticut, and he had those lenses on his camera that he was using. He likes them a lot. I almost bought one a month or so ago, and I held myself back, and I didn't.
I almost bought one, but I can't stop at one.
Yeah, I was like trying to decide between the 35 millimeter, where they got a 35 millimeter, they got a 50 millimeter, they've got a 40, I think, millimeter as well, and they had a is it 75 they're coming out with, right? 75 millimeter they're coming out with. So
It's a very fast glass.
a
Too.
lot of choices, a lot of choices. So Malcolm's saying, did anybody get good northern lights where you don't normally get them last night? Well, we had supposedly had some in the Myrtle Beach area or in the South Carolina area. I'll leave it at that. But I did not go out and look, to be honest with you. They did show some of the shots on TV this morning. Some people that took them. And
And it looks like it's going to be washed out tonight.
yeah, Tim's having trouble finding a ZF. The ZFs, I guess, are not available in Japan right now. I mean, they're really they're selling them very, very well. And he's trying to find
Got 'em
one
here.
green, and he can't find a green one.
Well, get some green fingernail polish and paint it. Then they put stripes on it.
I think he wants green because he thinks there's green because there's money inside the body when you open it
Hides the mold too.
up. Oh, Greg, no. If I get I'm not getting the 600 millimeter TC. If I get the 600, it's going to be the PF. If I ever bought the 600 millimeter TC, my wife would be looking for the shovel. She'd be digging the hole in the backyard.
This is in the future, Dave. Yeah, for you.
Yeah, that's Gustavo teasing me. You got the now you bought the what foot did you buy?
I think
Is that the really right stuff foot, or is that the
no, I think I did
Wimberley?
use the same. This is the Kirk and
The Kirk. Okay.
Yeah, I use the same foot in all of them.
Okay.
Correct? So that's one of the first things that I do. Buy one of these for the cameras and change the foot for all the lenses to the same type.
Yeah, I'm getting pressure. I'm putting pressure on myself to whether I want to pull the trigger during the sale to get the 600 PF, and
You see, the 800 also had the same foot style.
yeah.
And actually, the second version of the Kirk ones has a rubberized inner part. Actually, it's hard rubber, which is good for handling. Right?
Don't know why Nikon can't produce a marker Swiss plates
Exactly.
on their lenses. Really bothers me. I've been complaining for 20 years.
Yeah, I wish that they would just start putting Arca Swiss feet. All the camera brands just putting Arca Swiss compatible feet on their
Doesn't
cameras.
make any difference to them, does it?
Well, it's almost like it's like they must like get kickbacks or something from the company that makes these feet or something, so that they don't do it. You know what I mean? I don't get it.
Madness.
It's
madness.
Yeah. Yeah.
All my lenses have got the feet on them and
Exactly.
two screws, of course.
But even with the two screws, for me, which carry those things and wrestle with them, eventually they get loose. So I
Yes.
prefer to change the foot, forget about it.
Okay, so here's the Roy question. This is another question from Did You Know? And we'll test Roy's knowledge here. What is the largest zoom ever made?
Oh, Nikon had a 1200 to 1700 zoom.
Ding, 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 ding. You won. That's it. The Nikkor 1200 to 1700 f5.6 to f8p IFED lens. That's the largest zoom ever made.
I saw it in real life once. It's absolutely enormous.
They showed a picture of the guy. I saw a picture of a guy with that lens, and literally it looked like he had a grenade launcher on his shoulder.
Bigger than
It's huge.
RP.
Huge. It's ridiculous. That's one of those lenses you'd say, oh, so is that a carry around lens? Yeah, I could carry it for 5 minutes and I got to put it down type of lens.
With a wheelbarrow.
That's
You know, you you carry it to the truck.
yeah, carry it. You got to hire a bunch of find a bunch of young high school wrestlers and say, I need you guys to carry some gear for me.
Always like that lens though, just because it's so weird and odd and big.
What gets me, Roy, on that lens is the box for the lens.
Oh, they used to have aluminium cases. Some of my lenses have still got those cases, and they're really nice.
That's what I kept on the 500p lens. Those were nice. Useless, and nobody will carry one of those to the field, correct?
No,
that's like when you're going on a trip and you got all your gear in the Pelican cases and they're in the back of your trunk of your car, and you know what I mean, and you're out in the middle of nowhere and you pull over and you get a picture of you're out in the middle of Arizona, or you're in Texas or someplace, and you just pull over to the side of the road and you open up your trunk and you take the stuff out and set it up, and then you put it all back and you keep driving to the next spot.
No, you don't use Pelicans for that. Pelicans are for long time storage. Very good and very well protected, but too much weight and too much hassle.
Yeah. But now here, this is one that because, well, what is the best-selling camera of all time?
Ooh. F3.
Real camera or point and shoot?
I'm just saying camera generically.
Oh, not even Nikon. Okay.
It's not necessarily a SLR or a DSLR. It could be, it may not be, but it's a camera in general. What's the best-selling camera of all time?
It's probably a
Probably
Kodak.
one of those Kodaks.
One of those Kodak that you showed the other day.
It's the
Disposable Kodak.
It's one of the ones that Jim sent me.
Exactly.
Kodak Instamatics.
Oh my God.
They sold, introduced in 1963. They sold over 70 million of these types of cameras. 70 million.
And 7 of them probably still work.
Cameras. And they crazy. And I mean, my mom had a bunch of these. I mean, my mom was funny. She was the only one that would take pictures in the family. And she had the Kodak Pony 4, which I got, behind me, which is a 35 millimeter camera. They call it a view camera because it's not a rangefinder camera where you line things up. You just look through it. You got the frame lines, right? And then you adjust your f-stop and your distance on your lens and take the picture. But she had that, and she went through the phase with the Polaroid land cameras and the Polaroid instant cameras, the black and white instant cameras where you peeled the paper apart. She had the Instamatics, she had the Brownies, she had the Brownie 8 millimeter film cameras.
So that's the one that Tim promo in the commercial? No.
Yeah, no, that was
That was the little.
Well, that was like an Instamatic type of camera. It was one of those. It still had the drop-in film cartridge.
Exactly, with a 60 millimeter.
But it's just crazy that when you think about 70 million of something, and it wasn't because they made a ton of money on the camera. They made the money on you buying their film.
Exactly.
That's where they would give these away because they would get their money on the film.
So that one it also reflect the design style of the time, Jeff, because it looked like the first transistor radios, correct?
Yeah. Well, I mean, realistically, for the intended audience, it wasn't for specialty photography. It was for taking pictures of your family at the picnic, the family birthday party, your kids playing in the backyard,
Exactly.
Sitting in the pool, floating in the pool, or whatever, And these were fine for that, and they didn't have to sit there and fool around and pull the leader out of the 35 millimeter film canister and run it through and do all this fancy stuff. They just dropped in that plastic canister, shut the door, boom, start taking
rewinding, nothing.
Yeah, start shooting pictures right away. It was like so easy peasy, nice and easy, right? Easy peasy.
The camera wasn't important in those days. It's whatever lens was on them.
Yeah.
Because the camera just held the film. The lens did all the work.
Yeah.
But the reality, guys, these cameras never took good photos to begin with. I think.
I don't think they're supposed to.
Mozman misses the old flash cubes.
I don't miss them.
Yeah. What I don't miss is the old flash. I got a box of them behind me.
Those Sylvanias.
Those big old blue dot flash bulbs, and then you'd go poof, it'd pop it off, and then you'd push the button to pop it out. Right? Some of them you'd push the button, it would pop out.
Burn somebody.
And you'd catch it in your hand, and you'd go. As you felt your skin peeling off your palm, you're like, why did I try to catch it? I should have just let it land on the ground, pop it out. Then you cause a forest fire, right? You'd pop out your flash bulb and you'd start a forest fire.
So that's why I can't see because of the smoke tonight.
So somebody's out there shooting with old flash bulbs.
Oh yeah.
Started a fire. I mean, I'm sure there were fires started from those things. Those suckers were hot, really, really hot. And
they had cordite in them as well.
Can you imagine the kind of lawsuit that we get nowadays? We don't.
Oh yeah. Cameras get hot. Imagine about the flash cubes and flash globes.
And then the last one I threw in was the first rangefinder camera that had a coupled rangefinder. And for those that don't know what a coupled rangefinder is, it's when you look through a singular eyepiece that you used for composition as well as adjusting the images so they overlapped each other. And that's when you knew you were in focus. If you looked at when I showed that old Leica copy Nikka camera months ago or however long ago it was, that is not a coupled rangefinder. You have two windows you have to look through. You have and same thing with the original Leica cameras. You had two windows to look through. You had one for focus and you had one for framing. And so but the first rangefinder camera that had a coupled rangefinder was what they called a Kodak 3A autographic special, and it was made in 1916. So if you could have a coupled rangefinder camera in 1916, then in my mind, I'm asking myself, you have that in 1916, and it was in the 1920s, like around 1925, when Leica was making their first cameras. Why did they not go with a coupled rangefinder? I mean, because the technology was out there, and they didn't have a coupled rangefinder, and it obviously came out a decade before their camera did.
Well, Agfa had colored film in 1928. Look how many years that took to take off.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Nikon has a 600 PF, and Jeff doesn't have one yet.
Yeah.
I think he wants to get a roof first on his house.
Yes, I got to get my roof.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That 600 PF is real gas for me. The only thing that stopped me from getting it is I've got the 180 to 600 and I've got a 600 AFS.
I like Greg's comment. His mom got angry because he would use up the flash cubes. Yeah, when you were a kid, you would take your mom's camera and you weren't really pointing to take a picture. You just wanted to blow the flash cubes up.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's one thing us kids were good at, you know. And then when they needed it for taking pictures, and they'd go to the flash cubes, and you'd put them back. You'd put them back in the box.
You don't know what happened.
Right? They're all blown up, and you put them back in the box, and your mom would say, "Oh, I got to take some pictures." You take the cube out, and it'd be all blown up already.
Yeah, I've got one of those BC7s as well, and I've got the cubes to fit the flash bulbs to fit in it.
I did a little research. I suppose I could try to find it. I'm gonna try to find it and then show an image of it because description is not good enough. I was looking at. I'm always looking at old cameras, right? I'm always looking at old stuff. It's a bad habit, but I don't buy everything I see, obviously, and sometimes you see something, you go, "That's really cool," but then when you look into what you got, you say, "There's no way I would ever pay that much for that. I don't care how unique it is." And I ran into one of those situations, but I'm going to find the item first, and then I will share the image of it. So it's going to take me a minute here to find it. So I'll let you guys have a conversation here while I need like 3 minutes here to find it.
Dad, can you lock this door?
Yes.
Well, speaking of flashes, my Godox Lux Master will be here tomorrow.
Okay.
It'll go with my ZF.
You are getting old.
And
Well,
for
I'm
those
older than you are.
for you that don't know what that flash is, that was a flash that we talked about. I don't know if was it last week, David, or the week before?
I'm not too sure. Something like that.
Might have been last week after we did the photo review. We needed something to talk about, and that was a flash that got.
Must have been the week before.
Or the week before
But,
got.
Godox is giving their Canadian resellers a really hard time because you can buy it on Amazon, but the Godox distributor doesn't have any to sell.
Cool.
So I was after my reseller for the last 2 weeks or so to get one, and he only found out on Friday what the price was going to be, you know. And Amazon's been selling them for 2 weeks. And where did they get it from? I don't know.
Yeah, it seems like Amazon is really heavily involved with selling the Chinese third-party lenses big time. And now, yeah, it's kind of disturbing where like some lenses come out and you would assume that Adorama and B&H would get it first, and in some cases, Amazon is getting the lenses before B&H get them, or Adorama gets them, which is kind of like, okay, what's going on here? You know, this is kind of strange.
Edward.
I'm going to show you a high-end, what was considered a very high-end point-and-shoot camera that came out in 1993. And it's a Nikon. And it's a Nikon 35 Ti. And I have a place I go to find out what the value is of old cameras, and basically just show you how you have to stay on your toes. I'm going to show you a picture of this. If this camera was mint, it's worth $800. So here is what this camera looked like.
Ooh.
And it's a autofocus point and shoot camera, a 35 millimeter f2.8 lens, with a titanium body, and it has a program mode and aperture mode, and that dial that you see in the top middle of the camera.
Those are the dials.
Okay, let me.
Well, to focus.
Okay, you could preset your focusing range, and that all that analog instrumentation was made by Seiko.
That's why it looks like a clock.
Yeah, yeah.
Seiko used to make all the shutters for the different camera brands.
Yeah, so you have your number of shots, okay, in the middle top portion, how many shots you've taken. You got your exposure compensation underneath that. You've got your distance scale on the left, and you have your program mode. You have your f-stops that are all indicated with needles, all analog displays.
Beautiful.
And this is, as far as I know, this is the only camera that ever had this done to it.
So when was that camera produced?
This camera was produced in 1993, and its value is really, a mint condition one is $800. But as you'll see when I go to, this is going on eBay, this one is selling for $1,800. So as interesting as that camera is, I am not going to pay $1,800 for a point and shoot camera. I don't care how unique it is. Now there are some that are not.
Money.
Yeah, there are some that are not quote unquote unused, that are in near mint condition, as I like the word. But even those are $800 or $900, and that's still way too much.
Yeah,
that's still way too much. But but it's just interesting to see how
MTI for the titanium.
Yeah, it's a titanium
chassis or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this camera's got professional mode, so it's got to be worth more.
Now they also made a version called this is a 35 millimeter lens. They also made a 28 Ti, which had a 28 millimeter lens on it, and that is typically in a black body, but that still will sell in the $700-800 range for that one. So it's still really
usable.
So you would think that, in my mind, I would never think that a point and shoot camera would from that era would be selling for anywhere near this kind of money for a point and shoot camera. But
just not worth it, is it?
No. I mean, this is obviously very unique camera from a collector point of view, but if it's really only worth $800 mint, you're not going to pay twice that, because you're never gonna make 5 cents on that camera. Even if you're going out 20 years from now, you're not going to make any money.
I think you should get a really good f2 or f3 for that price.
Yeah, so it's
a really usable film camera.
But it's but the danger is, if you don't know where to go to get a good idea of what stuff is worth, and you get your heart beating quick over something, you could really screw yourself really, really bad in terms of what you buy out there.
I think Con from Grays has got that camera, the 35 Ti.
So yeah, Ti. Like I said, and Robert mentioned it here. I couldn't see the chat when I had that picture up, but yeah, they got the 28 Ti and the 35 Ti. And they were both within a couple years of each other when they got.
They're a masterpiece of engineering, but a masterpiece isn't practical in real life.
No, and the thing is, if that movement, if any of those movements failed, who's going to fix it?
Yeah, too complicated.
Who are you going to find to fix it?
So,
So,
so how was the? I mean, it looked cool. You know, I'm not into all cameras, correct? But it looks cool. That's what I mean. It brought to your attention when you see that dial that looks like a clock.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
But $800 for a camera that is not that you. I mean, it's a collector.
It's a collector thing.
Yeah, it's a collector thing, but it's like
Like
I
this
said,
gold one,
most of them. That I showed you the most expensive one that was listed. Okay, most of them were in the $700 to $900 range, but that one was theoretically, if you believe the statement, was unused in a box, never used. And but still, I don't care if it's even $800. It's a point and shoot camera.
The thing is, if you're not going to use it, what's the point?
Yeah, yeah.
All my cameras are usable.
But that's what you have to watch out for when you start getting into the collector world is balancing uniqueness to really understand the value of something. And I try to make sure that anything I buy it where on paper it's theoretically worth at least 30 or 40% more than what I paid for it. And I also want it to be try my best to make sure it's a working camera so that I could actually use it. I have some cameras that are not working, but 90% of what I own works and has had a roll of film in it. So but it's if you want the place you look to get accurate value on old cameras is called Collect-A-Blend. Collect-A-Blend looks at auctions on cameras that are sold at auction, cameras that are sold on eBay, and they track all that stuff, and they show you a camera, and they'll give you a range of what it's worth if it's in fair condition or excellent condition or mint condition, and it's a very good guide to make sure that you don't lose your assets, if you know what I mean, when you're looking to buy a camera. And the thing is, there's so many things to. As much as I like old manual, no batteries, or if you have a battery, it's just for the exposure meter. But if you have an all manual camera that does not take batteries at all, the only thing you got to watch out for is buying a camera that there's nobody left out there that can even do any servicing on it. And because even if you buy it, it's in I got some that are really collectible and like mint condition, and I'm going to run a roll of film through it, and I'm probably never going to use them again, other than firing the shutter and advancing it and making sure the lubricant doesn't get all gummy. But if some of those cameras were to break, I would have there'd be no one left to fix it. Like the story I told you about the Konica camera that I had that I showed. That's looks like a TLR, but it's not a TLR. It's a view camera. The one guy who was the expert on Konica cameras is no longer in business. There's nobody in the United States that I can find that can fix that camera. So it's a collectible camera. It's a rare camera, and I'm going to use it once, and the same deal. I'm going to fire the shutter once in a while, and I'm never going to use it again, because if it breaks, I can't get it fixed. It's not worth anything.
Disposable world now.
Yeah.
Buy something, throw it away in 5 years.
Yeah. So getting into the collectible camera world is is complicated and risky, because just because there's a guy that can fix it today doesn't mean 5 years from now there's going to be anybody that can fix it. So I don't know. It's difficult.
Sad. Like sad, Jeff.
You know, well, it is sad. So because I love this old stuff, and but you know, I don't want to make stupid purchasing decisions.
That's why I've kept all my old cameras, because no one else cares.
Yeah, and yeah, and it's like in your you know, whether even if you just started, you know, shooting in the 80s, or say started shooting in the year 2000, you got your D1, like Gustavo. If you got your D100, your D200, your D300, and let's just say you kept that stuff, and I don't think Gustavo did, but let's say you did, you did keep that stuff. You know, you're hanging on to a bit of history, you know, and I hate to see history disappear because nobody cares about it anymore, you know, and all this stuff just ends up in a garbage heap somewhere and gets thrown away, you know. I mean, and I think that's why Roy keeps what he has too, because, well, some of it's worth money, some of it's not worth money, but it's still a piece of history, you know. It has meaning, and you got enjoyment out of it, and you just kind of want to hang on to it, you know.
Well, 10 years ago, any lens or old film camera was what, $40, $50, and a medium format was about $150. People were just getting rid of them. No one cared anymore, so I kept mine. Not worth selling.
Well, and there is the sentimental value, correct? The first camera that you bought, or
I still got my first two cameras.
exactly. Well, the
Well,
one that you got from.
Yeah, I mean, I went back and when I started to, I mean, I had at one time I had 400 cameras, and probably 300 of them were junk, you know, to be honest with you. And I got rid of them before I moved, and then I started a little bit at a time, you know, down here, and as is in my name, I got more selective about what I chose to buy. And but I said I'm going to buy every SLR I ever owned when I was a kid. I bought the well, I had an SRT 101, but my old neighbor gave me an SRT 100, which was close enough, and I went out and I had it CLA'd, had it repaired. The rewind crank was stuck. You couldn't rewind it. You couldn't take a picture with it. Found a guy that did it. Cost me $60. Good as new seals, lubricated, thing works like a brand new camera. $60 it cost me.
I've still got nearly all of mine apart from a Pentax K1000.
Yeah, so I got the SRT 100. I got the Fujica ST801, which was the first 35 millimeter that had LEDs on the right hand side of the screen for your
metering.
For your metering. I got the Olympus OM1. I got the Minolta XGM, you know, which was an aperture priority camera, Minolta camera. You know, so it's like it's just so I found all these things that I had growing up because it meant something to me, and I wished I never got rid of them.
It means more now than when you were younger, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, when I was younger, it was like, okay, I would have a camera body, and because of my budget, I was only working at a supermarket. I wasn't making any money. You know, I might have only had a 50 millimeter lens and a wide angle. Right. I mean, I was doing mostly landscapes and people and stuff like that. So I didn't have any long glass. So I had, you know, I'd have a 50 and I'd have a 28. and then let's say I got rid of that camera and I sold it or whatever, and then I would buy another camera and I'd buy it with a 50 and I'd get a 20, I'd get a 28 again, you know, and that was the routine for, you know, till I was probably in my mid-20s, you know, and then I invested in something and I had 4 lenses instead of 2, or, you know, whatever. And then when you get real old and your kids are grown up and they're out of the house and you have a little bit of more of funding, then you get stupid like I am now, and you own way too much stuff.
I don't have that problem.
You know,
Can't have too many cameras or lenses.
yeah, it's just that the yeah, I don't know that you can. My wife is very cynical. She has no interest in photography whatsoever, and so she'll just look at me and say, "You're not buying any more, are you? You're not buying any more, are you?" And
No,
I just go, well, I don't know.
You got a bobblehead.
Like a bobblehead. I would make a good bobblehead doll, wouldn't I? You put me on the rear on an old car put me on the shelf below the rear view mirror, and you have me bob when the cars will definitely back off. They won't follow too close. But I mean, Roy, if you had to pick, we'll stick with Nikon, let's say. If you had to pick your 3 favorite Nikon bodies, what would they be?
probably
Or I'll make it easier on you. I'll let you pick 5.
I could probably pick 2 or 3. The FM, F3, probably the D850. That's probably it. The others aren't as exciting.
Yeah.
The D3 was nice, but it's too old. It didn't hold its value its usefulness as much as the D850.
Yeah. Now, back in the old days when you had the removable screens, did you tend to buy a camera with multiple screens that you would change out, or did you just have
And
one
multiple prisms?
screen? Pardon?
And multiple prisms as well.
Multiple prisms. Yeah. I mean, that was kind of like Nikon's big selling point in the early days, was the flexibility of putting the different prisms on the camera.
And for me, Jeff, is buying the F3 HP. For me, that was like I say, okay, I want to make as good photography as I can. Was buying that camera.
Well, it's handy if your prism can do certain things as well.
Exactly.
Having a prism that can say you can use it like a waist level finder, it was more useful than the flippy screen there's today.
Well, and one of the things that I bought for that HP is that's another thing that I always change immediately on the camera, having the gridded screen, correct? So that you have your grid for composition.
Yeah, I mean, the flexibility of the system was really, really.
Well, the F3 had more accessories than any other camera ever made.
Yeah, I mean, Canon never had that flexibility, not to that level. I mean, eventually they had, different pentaprisms and focusing screens, but then not to the level. I mean, it was late. They were late to the game with that versus what Nikon did.
But the one that the camera, as I mentioned today, that impressed me was actually the D100, because in the company that I used to work, correct, they have one of those D1 or I think it was the D1X or one of those, $10,000, correct? Used in the laboratory, correct? To photograph rock samples and stuff like that.
Well,
That was
Fuji took
amazing,
the
but
G200
I mean,
and made it into a whole new camera that was absolutely fantastic.
exactly. So, but suddenly, that camera was in the lab for, I don't know, 2 years, and then suddenly you could buy one. And then at that time, I was shooting with the D90 or N90, as it's known, because that different nomenclature in Europe, and it was great camera, but it was more or less the same kind of evolution. But the D100, I told you, I remember taking that picture of my son in the swimming pool, coming out of the water, and I saw all the reflection of the house, the everything in his eyes when I zoomed in. I remember that was I don't know how many 10 megapixel camera or less than that.
The
And I said,
D100 was probably less than that. Yeah.
exactly, and that was already much better. I mean, much better than you could. I mean, it was not as good as a medium format camera, not as good as a good 35 millimeter, but it was a lot easier and
Yes.
take away all the all the issue of having to send the photos, having develop and all that kind of stuff. So that camera was definitely revolutionary, the D100. The D300 was also a big step forward, correct?
Yeah.
And then
D3.
And then the D800 also, because
that was nice. Yes.
Yeah. I went to. It was funny. I had I had the D100, the D200, the D300, and then I bought a D3S. And when I bought the D3S, I that camera to me, of course, that was full frame. Now going full frame, but that camera to me was when I really
got serious.
Really felt I had finally gotten more, serious. Had a professional grade camera, and that's kind of when I think I got embedded in the Nikon brand. And it isn't that I feel that other brands aren't more than capable. They are, but everybody has their own reason why they like a certain brand of camera. And if it's Fuji, it could be the film simulations that make it for you as an attractive camera, because you like the film simulations that you can use with a Fuji. And then other people, with the may like Sony, and then other people, may like a different camera for ergonomic reasons or color science reasons or whatever. So everybody has their own thing. But I just ended up, after having three Nikons in a row, the 100, the 200, the 300. And when I hit that D3S marker, I mean, from there it was like the D850 and then another.
Well, with Pentax.
I
had a couple of Pentax K1000s, but the shutters jammed. So, and during that's when I first got serious and became professional. But having your shutter jammed during a shoot is a catastrophe. It's not like if you're shooting for yourself. You can't afford these things. So I went over to Nikon, a couple of FMs, and they never let me down. So I just stuck with Nikon ever since. 50 years?
Yeah, you get comfortable with something, and it isn't that somebody else doesn't necessarily come out with something that's better.
It works for you.
But they all, back when we were, and it's still that way now, but probably more so when it seemed like more so when we were younger, is the camera brands, the big, really the big, it was really Nikon, Canon for the most part. We're always leapfrogging each other all the time. Mm-hmm. And, if you were someone that just said, I always got to have the latest and greatest, the best, the thing, that you'd be swapping brands like every 2 years, you'd be broke, you'd be, at some point in time, you got to settle down and settle on a brand and realize, your camera isn't necessarily always going to be the best one. at some certain point in time, but you wait long enough, and then your brand will come out with something new, and then you'll be equal to or better than the other guy for a little while, and then they'll leapfrog you again, and that's just the way it works. But
in the 80s, I nearly went over to Canon because Canon had a really good autofocus and Nikon didn't.
right.
Well, I'm not a bird photographer. I'm not a sports photographer, so I didn't need it. So I just stuck with Nikon.
Yeah.
Still been there ever since.
And the other thing that was a good selling point for me through all the years of being an aficionado was the backward compatibility. You buy your cameras and you always knew, hey, I can use the lenses that I bought 10, 15 years ago, correct? 20 years ago.
50 years ago.
That kept many of us into the ecosystem, correct?
Well, and the thing is too is some brands would change their body so significantly that everything got moved around a lot, and Nikon, yes, they've kind of did a little trick on us a few times and moved a few buttons, and we were used to it a certain way, and then they
Nothing
moved
big though.
but nothing horrific, nothing that you couldn't adapt to. Whereas not every brand was like that. So, usually
Canon changed their lens mount in the 80s, and huge bunch of people moved to a different brand.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, if you had a Nikon from 20 years ago or whatever, you could pick up one today, and you feel it feels comfortable to you because things are kind of like where they were way back when,
I guarantee you, Roy, that change from F to Z in Nikon
That
was a
that
big,
must be painful for them.
very painful, very difficult decisions for them to make because they have kept that tradition of keeping the same mount for so many years.
Since 1959.
I mean, you gotta
Sony
wonder.
needed to do the same thing. Sony needed to move to a new mount, and they didn't. Using that old crop sensor mount on all their cameras must be really restricting them.
So, Jeff, I'm going to share here something which I kind of talked a little bit about last week on the photo review. Let me see if I can get the first thing here, which is, remember the owl picture, correct? Well, because sometimes what we do, because of the restrictions or restream and on YouTube, we cannot share, but here that where we can share them on ourselves and we can zoom in and zoom out.
Right.
That owl picture, mostly what I want to show is obviously the image quality, but also to show some of the kind of biological adaptations for the owl that only, I mean, these modern cameras can get. So let me see if I can show. So you guys remember this one, hopefully. All right. So and I told the story how this guy was actually he was hanging around again today. Twice I have been going around and I have spooked him so he can see me before I get to see him. And this morning he was shooting again. But what I want to show you guys here is a couple of things that I find amazing. Right? We know that the owls are silent, correct? I mean, when they fly. So this is the leading edge of the wing. Right? You see, along the leading edge of the wing, you see all these features. Go ahead.
Yeah, it almost looks like a comb.
Exactly.
Looks like a comb.
Exactly. So imagine that, Jeff. That if I don't see him, I mean, this is a big thing, correct? He fly behind me. I don't hear nothing. No wing flap, nothing. And it's because of this kind of design or elements of the evolution have created all these filaments, correct? That doesn't, I mean, talk about stealth. I mean, this is the ultimate stealth machine, correct? Not even a mouse can listen to
No.
when he's flying around.
I had one fly over my head one time, and
Nothing.
another photographer said to me, "You don't know how close that owl got to hitting you in the head." And
Exactly.
I said, I never heard a thing.
Yeah.
I
So-
never heard a thing.
So when I saw this one, I was amazed, and that's actually what we can do with these modern lenses, correct? Modern lenses with modern camera, but a couple of other elements of this. So here we're navigating through that. You can see this guy that I showed last week actually has a meal that day, correct? So I mean, the fact that we can look at the eyes, the level of details that we can get in the eye.
When I got the picture of that one that had that field mouse,
Yes.
you know, that one picture,
Mhm.
it was trying, it literally was trying to poke its beak through the base of the head on that mouse.
Oh, they do.
Base of the head, not the neck, like the skull, you know,
Exactly. No.
like
They crash it.
yeah.
Yeah. So that was one element, but I mean the other portion, the other end or business end of this guy is
Yeah.
here.
Talons.
Look at that.
Yeah.
I mean, I would have been amazed that a few years we could grab I mean, even with the best lenses and the best camera, I don't think we could do this. Right? And see this level of detail, and you can see again that he had been eating. Correct? I mean, those weapons have been put into use. Correct?
Yeah, and bird feet in general are very interesting because you look at even if you're looking at ducks, okay, certain ducks. If you're looking at, I'll use an example is the they used to call it the a moorhen, and they renamed it to a common gallinule.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at the size of the feet on that bird, and it's not a webbed foot like a duck, but it's in the water all the time like a duck, and it eats the grasses like a duck. But it has the longest extensions, the longest toes, I guess you'd say, on that bird there, and with a nice sharp toenail. And they could grip on the logs, they could grip on the sticks, you know, that are in the water and stuff like that. But it's always interesting to look at the feet of the birds because they vary so much, and you'll see some and you'll say, "Oh my God, look at the size of that foot!" You know, I mean, it's just gigantic. You know,
We've got a bird called a cassowary. The cassowary is the only bird that actually kills people apart from ostriches and emus that protect their nest.
By the way,
Cassowary's got a huge claw.
my wife was showing me some, I don't know, video on YouTube or something, a beach in Australia where they have some cassowary. I think Jan Wagner have been photographing there. They have habituated to people, but they will go where people are doing the picnic. And remember, this is an aggressive animal, and they will go and take the bread. Exactly. I mean, they run the show. That was amazing. That
those walking along and suddenly they'll attack people.
Yeah, those guys do really look like dinosaurs for sure.
Yeah, but there's a lot of scary looking birds, and even the ones that you think are, you look at a great egret, or you look at like a great egret, just the length of the bill, right? And you're saying if that bird ever got near you and jabbed that bill into you, I mean, it would go right through you. You know, there's no doubt. You know, it could cause some severe damage. You know. But nature's fun to watch, and then as Gustavo, as you know, the Turons at Yellowstone
exactly
make it more interesting. Trying to do the selfies with the bison.
So let me show you one from today. Since we still have close to an hour to go.
Still got
So,
almost an hour to go. Yes.
exactly. This was this morning, correct? Again, talking about AI versus reality, correct? This photo is like a how should I put it? This is the kind of thing that AI probably will do, correct? It's like a book photo, correct? But it's the experience, correct? These guys have been coming to my feeders, and I had to put, all these things around that they can perch before going into dinner, correct? And they just arrived a couple of weeks ago here, right? But it's the experience that you crave, correct? It's being there less than 10 meters from the from the from the animal, correct? And again, the resolution that you get from this guy, correct? So we can do a lot more nowadays.
Well, we say we're spoiled. We're spoiled rotten.
Exactly.
We're spoiled rotten.
I mean,
Looks
beautiful.
like a finch, doesn't it?
It's a type of finch. It's an American goldfinch.
All our finches are very brown.
Yeah. And for American birds, this is very colorful, Roy. So
Yeah, we don't have the most colorful birds. You want that? You got to go to Costa Rica and places like that, or even parts of Florida. Florida has some colorful birds, but
this is the kind of photo that my wife go and teach me and say, okay, you took another photo for a book rather than artistic, but
yeah, but bird portrait. There's nothing wrong with a good bird portrait if they pose good for you. There's nothing wrong with that.
exactly. But anyway, so and it's a little bit of a hunt, correct? You try to make them to do what you want to do.
Greg's asking you what lens you used.
So I think this was the 600. Not the PF, because I was having the PF on the other camera. So anyway, you can see. So this will not go into the photo review of you because I got other stuff, but today I did this one.
I'm trying to see if I got anything I want to share or not. Let me see if anybody sent me any pictures that I might have missed. No, nobody sent any pictures other than Roy. So I just want to make sure I do my due diligence and make sure that I didn't miss something that somebody may have done or sent.
Now I do like to. I mean, these are another guys that I like to photograph. Yeah, when you're looking here.
Okay, I'm just going to copy a file here. Give me a second.
All right, go and do yours, and I show another guys that I do, which had not been present in my feeders, but they came back and actually had to do with the quality of the feed. They seem to prefer.
Okay.
So you see, Greg, that's why you need to eventually retire, and then you have more time for your photography.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really have time to go crazy with it until I retired. Then I turned into instead of a mild-mannered reporter, I turned into a nut job.
The trick is to get away from your computer during the day.
Exactly.
Yeah, every time David calls me, you at your computer? I go, yeah.
That's the thing for me, David. The morning, my dog wake me up. He do his business, and after that, I go, okay, where am I going to photograph? And then I come back at for breakfast,
Hmm.
like what Jeff was saying. So at least you get a couple of hours there in the morning.
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm one that, well, it's kind of like I mean, my wife and I take turns cooking dinner. So I don't tend to do late afternoon photography, when the sun's getting ready to go down, when you could get some good pictures. But I actually like being out very early in the morning. I prefer that time. And like I said, normally by 10 o'clock, unless I'm shooting in an area that has a lot of trees and there's shade and things aren't going to be blown out, usually by 10 o'clock is the latest I'll be shooting pictures, and I'm done for the day.
Well, certainly for
And I'm going to throw one up quick for Roy. I got one for Roy because Roy has probably missed these shots from me.
Yes.
So this is I mean, unfortunately, this is what the pond has become. It's become more of a swamp. I
I like
mean,
swamps.
there is so much grasses in there now that from one end of the pond to the other, and it's a shame because I don't know what these gators are going to eat because they're not introducing any water from the marsh into the pond anymore, and they had 4 years worth of fish kills in the summertime, and I don't think there's anything in there. I got pictures of, I think I may have shared a few of them a week or two ago, some pictures of the glossy ibis eating tadpoles. Okay. And I thought they were fish until I got home and I, got to zoom in on them a little bit and crop them a little bit. And then realized they were eating tadpoles. But there's very, very little fish in there. So,
Well, they can go up to 12 months without eating.
well, I think right now, if they get hungry, they're going to be eating themselves, or they're going to be eating the
Throw them
smaller.
a few tourists.
Well, yeah, hopefully they'll, yeah. I'm not going to say what I'm thinking because I could get myself in trouble. In terms of what I think they should eat, I'm going to keep that to myself. But yeah, I mean, I made a comment to somebody that worked at the park, and he told me, "Oh, we got more gators here than ever before." And I looked at him and I said, "Well, that's very nice." I says, "Well, what are they going to eat?" And I got like this blank stare with and then after, like, it seemed like a minute, but it was probably in real life only about 10 seconds of like and then it was like, yeah, we're kind of worried about that. It's like, yeah, because you cut off their food supply. They got to go across the road now to get the food in the marsh, and then eventually they're going to make their way to the beach areas where you have tourists. So, all it's going to take is one tourist to have a bad encounter with an alligator, and all these guys are going to get killed. That's all it's going to take. One event, and they'll kill
There's a
every
lot of from crocodiles. There's a crocodile in Queensland this week, either 6.5 meters. What's that? Nearly 30 feet.
Yeah.
Something like that. Probably inaccurate, but it's about 6.5 meters long.
At 22.
Yeah, a meter's 3.3 feet, I think, right? Something like
that. Big beastie.
Yeah, 6 meters is 20 feet.
Yeah.
That's big.
Yes.
That's big.
Yeah, that's big. I mean, most alligators don't get much bigger than 14.
This was a saltwater crocodile.
Yeah,
But
crocodiles
also,
get
very big.
The crocodiles have a different temperament too. It's like the alligators.
Much more aggressive.
Yeah, the alligators and the
alligators don't try and jump in the boat with you.
Yeah.
Well, they just want to steer.
True.
Yeah, they just want to steer. But yeah, it's they have like an alligator event. I mean, for anyone who, you know, I don't know why I sometimes come across. I'm a spokesperson for Myrtle Beach tourism. I think it sometimes, but I mean, there's definitely for those that it's kind of one of those places. If you've never been here, it's almost like going to Florida. You know, you got to go at least once and go do the Disney and the Universal Studios and all that kind of stuff once, SeaWorld and hit all those touristy spots. And then, you know, or you go to Las Vegas and you go to the Grand Canyon or you see the Hoover Dam. But you know, there's a lot of stuff. If you got younger kids or teenage kids, there's so much stuff down here for those kids to do. When my kids were growing up, and my dad had a place in Florida for a while, and I'd say to the kids, I go, you want to go to Florida? You want to go to Myrtle Beach? And they'd always say Myrtle Beach because they loved going on the boogie boards and going in the ocean and all that kind of stuff. And there were plenty of amusement parks down here and rides and, you know, little tracks with the go-karts and stuff like that, you know, so they had plenty of things to do and had a good time. So if you've never been down here, it's worth coming down once, and there's plenty of picture taking opportunities. There's a lot of neat places that you could see when you're down this way. But like any place else, you live somewhere for a while, then obviously you can always find negatives if you want to focus on that, no matter where you live, right? You can always make up a list of the bad things. Not too hard.
So these are the other guys that have been photographing as well. Let me share. These one actually I do like, but they are so crazy. So those are red crossbill, right? And this is again call it a setup, but around where I have some feeders, okay? And actually, this is a immature or a fledgling, okay? Because the crossbill, I hear them every day, but they don't come into the feeders. They only come to drink water. But I find out that there is some seeds, particularly the shelf-less sunflowers that they do like, correct? And they come, and they are they are when they come, they are very, very approachable, okay? Because these are, you know, that big is specializes on eating pine cones, okay?
Well, you don't normally see a bird with a beak that kind of crosses each other
Exactly.
like that. They're usually, you know, line on line, you know, in line with each other, you know.
So for the next photo shoot, I have one. So that's what I felt that I could share this one, which I really like, which we will keep it for you. But these guys are amazing. Those are really, really nice birds, not so common, and not so common to attract them, correct? But they come here and they are here all the year round, but they don't come into the feeders, and so it takes a while to find out whether you have something that you can offer them. Otherwise, they are in the top of the ponderosa trees, and when you shooting the bird, you cannot see anything, correct? But you can see again here on, I mean, the quality of the image, correct? Which is, let me see if I, and you can see. I mean, you talk about feather detail, Jeff.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you always look around the eye, man. You get that you get that whole outer ring around the eye, and you see all the detail in that. That's what you're always looking to get.
So anyway, so I did like because I managed to photograph for the first time this one last year, and I got some good photos. But this year I couldn't make them come to the feeders, and now they started coming to the feeders again. So I was very happy because they are. This is one of my favorite species.
Yeah, and that beak is specialized. That's for sure.
Exactly. So anyway, again, this is the thing that we can do. Look at that.
Beak looks like it works like a can opener.
And actually, it is because this beak is not it's not a malformation. It's actually is made to work like pincers to take the seeds. Remember the pine cone? They have they have the seed in between the the pine element of the pine cone, and they had to have this special tool to be able to extract, correct? Open the pine cone, and then with their tongue, which should look more like a parrot, okay? Although this is a passerine, extract the seed, right? So anyway, I thought I'd share because the again the experience, Jeff, and the other thing for us, correct, is what you learned because you had to read about the bird, understand how the bird work, okay? So anyway, I thought I'd share with you guys.
Very pretty bird.
Yeah. So what I have been doing today, or what I've been doing this week, actually. So
Well, it's always neat when you see something you haven't seen before, too. You know.
Exactly.
I'm just trying to see if I.
Now the other thing is, guys. I mean, you have to take hundreds of pictures, correct? I mean, this is a misconception, correct? This is one among the many that get you the image that you want, right?
Patience.
Dedication as well.
Well,
a bit obsessive, correct? In order as well.
Well,
and that's the one final point here, and I mean David can relate to that. He has seen how many aurora borealis in a year, in a single year. He see probably 50, 100. I keep going after more aurora borealis. Okay, so because the nature is always different, and there is something new every time.
Well, it's like you get I think the difference between someone that takes pictures and a photographer is someone that takes pictures is just that, someone that takes pictures.
Wow.
A photographer is somebody that takes a photograph, of anything, whether it be we'll just say birds because that's what we do. But you take a picture of a bird, or you take a picture of or a model or something, and it's like it could be a really good shot, but the thing is, you're always looking to get the better shot, right? You push yourself and you go, I got 500 pictures of this bird, and so someone would say, well, why do you want 501? And you go, because that 501 first shot might be the best one I ever got of that bird.
Exactly.
So you push yourself to. I'll throw another one up here. You'll push yourself to continue to get that.
And that's from 2 Mondays ago.
Yeah. So that it's banded.
Yeah.
So they're not all banded, but there's quite a few of them that have bands on them, and that's a skimmer, and then obviously you got the sky in the background, but you also got the ground cover, and that's all washed out. And that was with the 800, and that was I'm sure that was wide open at 6.3. and it wasn't really a super fast shutter speed. I'm guessing it was probably around 1/1500th or 1/2000th of a second. But this is when they're coming into land.
I don't know how you manage that, Jeff, but, but good.
Yeah, I could pull off some good shots sometimes at speeds that most people would not use. But I hope to go back there
With Bob, huh?
in like 2 weeks, week and a half, 2 weeks, and hopefully see some babies. I'm hoping. But I'll have to talk to, when I see Jeff and Leslie, I kind of already told them that they should try to pick a time to go there, because that the beach I went to is like an hour away from where they are. And so if they go there, they could give me a report on the changing conditions since the last time I went. And then, I can decide whether I'm going to go a week later or 2 weeks later, depending on what they see. So I'm hoping that they get a chance to go there and get some images of these birds, because they are, it went down at the park. You're lucky if you see 2 or 3 of them together every once in a while. You don't see hundreds of them or 500 of them. It just doesn't happen.
Well, and you have those turns as well, correct?
Yeah, you got the terns. You got only 2 pairs of oyster catchers, but oyster catchers are very territorial, and when they're not nesting, they'll hang. You might get a group of them flying around together, and they all treat each other really nice. But then once they establish a nest, then they won't let the other ones pay a visit. They're gonna keep them away and fight them off. Look at them as a threat. And but before they actually nest, they all hang around like they're best friends. But once they establish a spot and they've laid their eggs, there's like, I got my there's a keep out zone. I got my zone, you got your zone. You don't cross the line, or one of us takes off and goes after you.
So
Scubarazzi is now in the chat.
Hi, Paul.
And Greg's comment here. Sorry, I saw it, but I mean, yes, they have changed their management of the land in a negative way. It's my personal crusade against the park, basically, with what they're doing. One of many people who are against what they're doing, but they don't care, because there's people that camp there. There are people that visit there that don't understand what's going on, and they see it being nothing like it used to be. And I just say, don't stop asking the photographers what's going on. If you don't like what you see, go to the park management, write a letter, go complain. You can't have 10 people complaining. You can have hundreds of people complaining, but only 10 people that write letters and actually go and try to do something about it. You need more people to try to do something about it.
Yep. Jeff, could you send me Scubarazzi's email address?
Yeah, I should have it. Hang on a second. Oops.
Thank you.
And let's see here.
Mhm.
On its way, David.
Thank you very much.
So, what is the situation, David, in general, with the numbers are looking good for later tomorrow, or
Ugh. Well, it is.
apart from the wildfires?
See, the big problem is the because of NASA's budget cuts and them losing satellites and a bunch of other things, they can't forecast as well as they used to.
Mm.
So, and they're using a whole bunch of workarounds, and the workarounds are worth the money that they're spending on the satellites, like nothing, And so I was doing a forecast based on the information that I was getting, and I kind of figured that it's not worth a whatever.
But what is the timing between when the plasma reached the first line of satellite and the time that it reaches Earth? How much? I mean, one thing is they can see the uh, the plasma leaving the sun, but it takes a while to arrive. Correct?
Yeah, but see the speed that the plasma leaves the sun between the high and the low is that it's almost a factor of 10.
On the speed of the plasma and
Yeah.
the direction and all that kind
Yeah.
of stuff. But there is a point in which the actual plasma reach the satellites, correct? And
Yeah,
that
even the Discover satellite, which if you have out, it's between the sun and Earth at a
Exactly.
place where the gravity is the same, so it doesn't move.
See the Lagrange point.
The time to go from Discover to Earth, it'll go from anywhere around 80 minutes to as low as 26 minutes.
Okay.
And I've seen both extremes in the last 2 weeks.
So that means that they detect it, but they don't know the speed precisely, correct?
Well, what they've been doing is they've been measuring the plasma speed optically. So you need stereo vision for that, and they don't have stereo vision anymore.
Okay.
But when they look at this speed, it's really hit and miss, and so they're just not. They just don't know anymore. So anyway, that's what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
We got another a Roy image. Roy sent us another image.
No, not a popular one, Troy.
Not a popular one, no.
Not with us.
Well, that's what you'll see at every park. Pretty the way things are going, right? A lot of places don't like photographers.
If they say no photographer, you got to get your camera out.
Yeah.
Except that everybody's doing photography with their iPhones.
Well, yeah, you're not going to stop somebody that has a phone. Yeah. But, you see a camera that looks like what's in that picture, then it's like, oh, that's a real camera. We won't let you take a picture. But 100 people will take a picture of the area with their phone. That's okay.
Yeah, I remember when even on the museums, when you could go with your camera inside the museum. Nowadays, it's almost impossible, correct?
Well, I don't agree with what the national parks are doing in the United States, where where they feel that if you take a picture in the park, that that's their that basically they have the license of those images.
Well,
I don't agree with that. You didn't put the effort in. You didn't take the picture. You got most of those parks have a even some of the parks down here have a professional photographer that works for, whether it be a nature center or nature area or a botanical garden area. They'll have a professional photographer that works for them and takes all their shots they put in their brochures or the cards that they sell in the gift shop or what have you. And I think it's ridiculous when they try to claim that one, if you're a content creator, maybe they don't give a problem for a person with a camera, but if you came in with a couple people or a small group, they'd probably, you got to pay a fee to be able to take the pictures.
exactly.
And then we have access to your pictures or our pictures, and I don't go for that. I think that's wrong. That's just wrong.
The issue is in a lot of the national parks, correct? Because suddenly, see, the business of photography kind of change, and places like Yellowstone, for instance, or actually all the major national parks, instead of people taking photos that they could sell in calendars and all that, the business was for the photographer to be guides, correct? So you have a lot of national parks that were coming as guided tours, correct? Or people that come into national parks, and those were for profit, correct? So that's where they introduced this kind of fee. Now the problem is
Roy's bigger now, guys. he did the Hollywood Squares trick, and he locked off. He cut off and come back on, and now he's in the bigger square.
exactly.
I don't know how that happened.
So the problem, Jeff, is that that sometimes the so-called creators of YouTube, like yourself, they could consider that, although that's not the case for 99% of the creators, that that will be making money, correct?
But that should not matter to them.
No, but
that shouldn't matter to them. They get money by people paying to go into the park.
exactly. So what they do,
yeah,
what they do is, if people come to do with a crew, they charge, correct? If the BBC comes to do a documentary, they will charge. In a certain way, you have to understand it, because they change actually some of the dynamics of the park, correct? Because now you
come in with a big film crew. I understand you got to make a previous arrangement to come there, do a schedule, pay a fee, have a park ranger follow you to make sure you don't do anything you're not supposed to do. But I would like to think that an individual or a couple people with a camera hopefully get left alone. I would hope. I would hope.
And I think that's the case. Even when you show up with big lenses that look professional, I have never been approached by a ranger saying, "Hey, show me are you a professional or not?"
Yeah, you just saying, no, I just like to pretend.
Exactly. I just left in the Holiday Inn.
I'm a pretender. Yeah. I slept at a Holiday Inn last night. I'm a photographer. Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah. But the last time I was out in Jasper and was shooting pictures of a bald eagle's nest, that they got it as an area in the park that's closed, but the 800 is the proper focal length for that. and there was 5 of us there. 4 of us were using Nikons. No, it was 6 and 5. Everybody was using Nikon except for one Sony.
Mm.
Yeah, and the short lens was 600.
Exactly.
Yeah.
How things have changed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and and there was no park rangers around, but there was lots of tours that came around, and stopped and whatever. But when I get a park pass, I always get the group pass because it's the same price as the family pass. And if I want to take a bus load, I can with a group pass,
Okay.
which doesn't make any sense. But anyway,
You got to let everybody know where you're going shortly, David. Where you're going for your next photo adventure, which is going to be unique and fun.
I'm going out next week. Camping starts. So I may be here very few Saturdays for a while. Yeah.
Well, you're going to be eventually going to Palouse.
Well, yeah, that's a ways down, but
Yeah.
we'll see. But
Yeah.
I'm going out to Drumheller first for 10 days, 2 weeks, or whatever.
So
And then
where is
down
that,
to-
David?
Pardon?
Where is that?
Drumheller?
Uh-huh.
It's they got Badlands there.
Oh, I don't know. I
And,
don't know.
There's they got the Tyrol Museum, or the Royal Tyrol Museum is there, where they've got all of these creatures that used to run around the millions of years ago
Okay.
with big teeth. And
What province is that one?
Alberta.
Okay.
It's halfway between Edmonton and Calgary, and then you go east about half an hour,
All right.
3/4 of an hour. And so I'll be there for a while, and that's one of my favorite campsites because it's now that I changed cell phone providers, my cell phone's not going to work.
Okay.
Yeah, and so I'll only get service when I want it.
And it's a good location also for Astro? Or?
Yep, a whole bunch of my like that shot of my trailer with the red lights was shot there,
Oh, okay.
and you can see how close I am to the next nearest camper. 200 meters.
Exactly.
Yeah, and there's no services.
Okay, it's completely primitive.
Yeah.
David's goal is, if I look through binoculars, I don't want to see any other vehicles. Speaking of binoculars, did you guys watch one of Steve Perry's latest videos? And he's talking about gear a little bit, and he talked about having good binoculars with you. And then I looked up the binoculars that he used, and it's like out of my league. They're like $1,000 binoculars. That's out of my budget.
But binoculars, Jeff, is one thing. You buy one. Binoculars are very similar than tripod. You keep buying one that is better, and then you end up spending the money anyway because quality of optics on binoculars is tremendously different. Now, I think at the $1,000 is probably a damn good one.
Well, it was a Schwarzsky or whatever,
Yeah.
But
I
looked at the binoculars that Nikon makes, and they make very good binoculars, and that are more cost friendly.
Yeah, but Swarovski, I tell you, Swarovski is fantastic, right? But
So I bought Nikon instead.
Yes.
They're cheaper.
See, there is one there. Yeah, but Nikon makes very good. Less, but you compare, but Roy, you compare a size. There's a spotting scope
Yes.
or a Swarovski spotting scope with a Nikon.
You can get a spotting scope adapter for your lenses anyway.
There
You can
is
for the old F lenses.
different. There is
anyway.
different.
I hate the sun. Get a spotting scope adapter for your lenses.
Yeah, I did try that, but I never was happy with the quality. I sometimes try to get my wife to do the spotting scope with a phone and to do some film photography back in the years, and my wife never got hooked. It was too cumbersome.
I think once you're used to using long lenses, you don't need a spotting scope. He's escaped.
This is the best thing for any kind of wildlife photographer that takes on binoculars, correct? Which is this little gadget here. See, this is a really right stuff that has a Arca Swiss mount.
No, so you could slide it on a belt clip or something, or a.
Exactly. So it goes around your barrel, but it has a so you are in a you want to watch something for a long time, you don't have to hold it. You just put it on your tripod.
But then you have to stand up.
No, it's okay. I mean, sometimes I put this one in a tripod and I photograph. I put the camera on a control remote and I'm watching from a different location with the binoculars, right? Let me see if I can get it out here to show you. Unfortunately, it's not cheap. These guys really write stuff. They do good stuff, but it's pricey, right? So you see, it's like a little strap that goes in here.
We can't see your hands.
Wait a minute, I'll straighten this out. We'll shrink us.
Okay.
You see, it's a little
Thanks,
strap that
Jeff.
goes around the barrel of your binoculars, and then you clip it with tension, and so you always have the possibility to mount your binoculars in your tripod if you have to wait for something. So it's
Sounds like a hassle.
nice gadget, but necessary one. If you
That looks like an ankle monitoring bracelet. If you're in
exactly, well, it's the same kind of principle.
How would you know that, Jeff?
I don't know. I think Gustavo was telling me a story how he had to wear one time. See, we're not all as innocent as we appear to be on this show.
Speak for yourself, Mr. Jeff. So anyway, so that's a good little gadget for anybody with any kind of binoculars to be able sometimes not to be, that you could do combining photography with binoculars. Now, the ones that Steve chose are a little bit more compact than the one that I have. But sometimes I have my wife, she's more interested in watching than actually photographing. So I put that one there for her.
Yeah, I mean, I spent some time looking at the Nikon ones, and they weren't. I mean, it's not like they were junk ones; they were good ones. But you'd probably have to pay about at least $400.
The Monarch line.
The Monarch,
are very good, but there will be a difference if you buy, let's say, a Monarch $700 or something like that, and you compare it with something that is only 150, guarantee you will regret it, and you will end buying the $700 one, because particularly binoculars, and David, you will know that, right? Is you look in good light like any optic, and no matter. But if you try to look at sunset or sunrise,
Yeah.
that's where you see the difference. Okay?
Well, they have so many different model classifications. Nikon does. They have so many different brands, and then some of them are ones that are, let's say, are smaller, so they don't
Exactly.
take up a lot of room in your luggage. That one's not smaller. That one's a good size one. But they got, and then like you said, then the price goes up when you want the ones that they'll sell ones that are really, like you said, good for when you got light. And then when you want the ones that you're going to be able to look through at dusk or dawn, and or even sometimes in the dark, and be able to see something, then those are the ones that are going to cost you a lot more money.
Maybe
Well, you put binoculars in and you've got less room for your gear.
yeah. The easier solution is get a monitor for your camera and hook that on and just watch your monitor. Then you get low light or whatever, especially if you're using one of the better Zeds, then you don't have to worry. You can see after dark.
Good field monitor often has focus peaking too.
By the way, that's another thing that today on the photography, I wanted to have two birds that were in different branches, correct? That were both in focus. So that was kind of one of the challenge, right? So, with the autofocus of the C9, C8, you have the little, it recognizes as a bird, put the little square, and there is like a little arrow that points one or the other. Now, through the viewfinders, it's very difficult unless you take a photo and then you zoom in to guide yourself which are the two in focus, how much I have to stop. So you start stopping down F9, N10, N11, and say, I'm stopping down enough to get them both in the same plane of view. Of course, you can move yourself a little bit. And as we know with long telephotos, the depth of field is very narrow. Okay? So what did I find that was very useful? Touch the barrel of the lens and it goes into focus peaking. Correct? And then you know exactly if you have stopped enough to have them both in the same, both in focus.
Only works in certain modes though.
Well, it works in the non-adapted lens. Again, talking about the advantage of having non-adapted lens. It works for all the lenses that I have.
I love focus peaking. It's very handy.
Yeah, but you see that those are things that you learn, Jeff, by using the camera, correct?
Yeah.
You really want to have the two birds in the focus, correct? Because you want to see the interaction. How do you solve that? Well, we as photographers, we say stop down, but there is so much you can stop down before having diffraction problems or having introduced too much of a non-blurry background. The way to do that is you stop just enough until focus peaking tells you, hey, both are in the same plane or in the area of
well, they're all within the range of your depth of field.
Exactly. So that was fun, correct? And,
well, I have that problem even with, say an alligator.
Exactly.
Okay, an alligator isn't always perpendicular or parallel to your focal plane, to your lens.
Exactly.
And if they're big and their tails are curved and going way out, and you whatever reason you decide I want the whole alligator in that image, but I want it sharp from the snout to the end of the tail, and you have the same problem. If you shoot it wide open, the head's going to be sharp, the eye's going to be sharp, the snout's probably going to be okay, but the tail's going to, a third of the body will be in focus and 2/3 of the body will be out of focus, so then you're stopping down, you're trying to trying to make it so you can get the whole gator sharp. And yeah, it's a pain in the neck. Like you said, the focus peaking is a big help with that.
Exactly. The same way that I told you, sometimes if the autofocus don't work, that's why we have the ability to focus manually, correct? I mean, you have to learn, you have to know your gear and be able to kind of react to the situation relatively quickly. By the way, Tim, I saw the place that I photographed the clips. There was somebody there on the next car from where I was that was having one of those gymongous binoculars, astro binoculars. Those were amazing because it's like having two telescopes. Correct? It's not binocular. Those things that Tim is mentioning, that you can look at in the website of Nikon. Yeah, they are like, I mean, they come with a special mount for a tripod, correct? Because they are made for astro viewing, correct? You want to do astro viewing in, binocular fashion. I mean, they are huge. I mean, the binoculars were at least 1.5 feet or 2 foot long. Not to be handheld.
Well, that binocular brand I brought up in the beginning there that Steve Perry talked about, that's the brand. Yeah, that's the brand that came out with the one that's like $7,000 that does bird ID. Remember?
Yeah.
Has a database in it and actually will tell you what the bird is. Yeah. So if you really want to spend some extra cha-ching, there you go.
But I tell you, a lot of serious birders, people that do bird watching, they will spend the money on a good point of size or Swarovski, correct?
Yeah.
But they want
them if they spent $5,000 on it or something, let's say, or $1,500 or $2,000. For us, that's a lens,
and that's it. They don't buy anymore,
and they're done because they're just looking through the binoculars.
Well, they buy
another lens and look through that.
They also like the spotting scope, but
yeah.
But those astro binoculars, they're amazing, Jeff. They're amazing. The guy told me, I come here and watch. I mean, if you have to look at the sunspots and all that kind of stuff, they were amazing.
Well, we hit our 2:00 a.m.
All right.
mark here somehow, as we managed to pull it out of our hat. Pull it out of our hat. That was a close call. Pull it out of our hat. But anyway, thank everybody again last week for your great photos that you sent in. Okay, by the way, we had a good show last week. And thanks for coming on again this week and putting up with us. And I thank everybody on the panel for sharing images and Aurora Borealis shots that David sent me earlier today. And we were able to look at some of those great shots, wonderful colors, nice compositions, very good, very, very good. Narrative on learning more about the best times to capture those Aurora Borealis images. And we appreciate David spending the time to talk to everybody about that. And, so we did a little bit of rumors, a little bit of what's coming out, a little bit of photo sharing, a little bit of everything, a little bit of, we kind of just, it's like we make a salad. We kind of make a salad. We just throw a lot of stuff in there and throw it in the air and hope that everybody likes it. But thank you all, everybody. We're going to call it a night, and we'll see you next week, hopefully. And happy shooting. Get out there and get some good shots and share it with the rest of us.
Happy Mother's Day, and enjoy your trip with Jeff and Leslie.
Yeah, we will. Take care, everybody. Have a good one.
Have a good night, morning, whatever. Yeah.